All right, run those likes up, share, subscribe. Well, here we go. I've been covering this situation with Diddy. We've been waiting for the sentencing. That's going to happen in about an hour. So let's see what's happening with that. I hope everybody's doing well. Well, you know how we do first and foremost. Rep your city. Rep your city. We got New York City in the building. We got Miami Beach in the building. We got Indianapolis. Shout out to everybody over on Twitch, Kick, YouTube, and Facebook. We got Sacktown in the building. We got Brinkston in the house. We got Fresno in the building. We got London in the building. We got Las Vegas. We got Lesotho, Africa in the building. Houston, Texas is here. Compton is here. My second home, California. Compton, Sacramento. Salute, salute. Rep your city, rep your city. If you're over here, rep your city. Welcome to Pharaoh Said That. Welcome to Pharaoh Said That. We got the ATL in the building. Shout out to everybody in the ATL. Here we go. Well, we got Tampa in the building. Good to see you, Corey. Positive energy. Much respect to everybody. We got about an hour and they'll be proceeding. We got Kansas City in the building. Kansas City has some of the most beautiful Black American women in the country. For sure. Oh my God. Especially when you go to events in Kansas City, you have a lot of beautiful women because you have women come from Kansas City, Kansas, and Kansas City, Missouri. So you get women from two states. A lot of people don't know that about Kansas City. It sits right there with two Kansas cities. Oh, some beautiful women. Oh my God. I had a girlfriend in Kansas City. She disappeared. I don't know. I got in a little trouble, and when my trouble was over, I had lost contact. Boy, was she something else. Well, here we go. Diddy, Diddy, Diddy. How much time do y'all think they're going to give him? Do you think the judge is dealing with any political pressure from his peers and other reasons? Rosecrans. That's hard to say. That's hard to say. Ooh, she says he's gonna get the 20 piece. Hi, cutie pie. That is hard to say. Um, that's really hard to say because some courtrooms, some judges don't allow any type of bribery or anything like that. It really depends on the judge. Most people think judges could be paid and swayed and stuff. Some, some not so much. But Diddy could have problems, especially when it comes to big money people that he kind of stepped on some toes right before this happened. So if there is any influence, he's cooked. Because Diddy, uh, I get in trouble. Let me be honest with y'all. I don't have any sympathy for Diddy. I'm not cheering for him to go to prison because we don't do that. That's not good in the streets. But my thing is this: when I see people making that kind of money and they doing stuff like what he's doing, what do you want me to say? Bruh, you was making millions. You had the whole world right in your hands. You have beautiful children. Why in the world would you partake in substance abuse and weirdo activities with all that money? And so I have no sympathy for people that get that kind of money and do foolishness. None. If they gave them 1,000 years, I wouldn't blink. I wouldn't blink. I would never cheer for him to beat this. Now, I'm not going to cheer for them to lock him up either because I just don't do that. But I wouldn't care if they locked him up. If they gave him 11 years, I wouldn't care at all. Because, come on, man. You did all that work. He produced a lot of great music, even though you robbed everybody. Right? Because you robbed everybody. And you're in a position where you can just go and kind of chill out. You know? I mean, I've seen it in smaller, I've seen it, tough women, I've seen it on smaller levels. I've got friends, they hustled whatever, they got a nice home, they have all the cars they can want. They probably got $500,000 put away. They want to keep selling illegal substances. They want to keep running around at the clubs. They want to everybody to see them. They won't go sit down. They just won't go and live. It's just like you did all that work for nothing. You ever been in, listen, you ever been laying in the bed, alarm clock go off, you say, oh man, I got to go to work. And you just wish you could just stay home. If you could stay home 3 or 4 days, you'd be so happy. But you got to go make some money. So imagine being filthy rich. Now you don't want to stay home. You want to go to Monaco. You want to go to Miami. You want to go. I was talking to somebody and they said, if we had that kind of money, I'd be on a different island every week. I said, no. I didn't say anything. I just, no, no. I would not have that kind of money to just be running around like a chicken with my head cut off. You've seen one island, you've seen them all. No. Now I might go somewhere every now and then, but I'm not getting ready to take my money for that. That's not going to get you satisfaction. And I try to tell young people that, and they don't believe me. But these people, they get all this money and they go all around the world, and it does not satisfy them. Satisfaction is something you have to have within yourself. Satisfaction has to be something that you have for just one simple reason. You're alive. You're alive. And it's a shame you might have to have a near-death experience like me to value just being alive. And you take being alive for granted. You think it's great to get the biggest car. You think it's great to go to Paris. You don't think it's great to be alive. You play being alive down. It's like, oh, that's nothing. That's nothing. Being alive is nothing. I want to get on a jet and go to Dubai. I want to do, and so being alive is at the bottom of your list. But if you're not alive, you can't go to Dubai. You can't drive a car. You can't live in a mansion if you're not alive. So what value is anything more? How is anything more valuable than life? Why can't you get up and just enjoy life? Just enjoy being alive. And some reasons you can't enjoy being alive is because you got to go to work all the time. I understand that. You say, well, Pharaoh, I got to go to work all the time. I don't get the chance to sit still and enjoy life. Right. So now when you get a lot of money, why you don't sit your ass still now? Now you get a lot of money. Now you don't want to sit still. Now you want to run around the airports and work, you know? Because traveling is not relaxing. It's the biggest lie ever told. Traveling is not relaxing. The most relaxing part of traveling is when you get back home and put your key in that door and you get to go lay in your bed. And then you feel like, for the real, who really been traveling? Like, who really been traveling? Tell me I'm lying. Tell me the best part of the trip is not when you get back home. I don't give a damn where you live at. Man, I don't care if you live in a little 1-bedroom or 2-bedroom apartment and you've been in a big fancy hotel. But it does not compare to when you get back to your bed and your spot and you finish running around. So for those young people watching me, I guess we got a little time to, because this is going to go down in a few minutes. Here's the thing. You have a vacation and you have a trip. When you go on a trip, you take luggage. When you go on a vacation, you don't take no luggage. You say, babe, let's go on a vacation. So you say, when? You say, now. You go to the airport, you buy your ticket, you ain't got no luggage, you wear what you got on, you get on a plane, you fly, you get a hotel when you get there, you go to the hotel, you take your clothes off, you go to sleep, You wear a towel, wrap yourself in the towel. You get up in the morning, you go somewhere and buy you some new underwear, a pair of pants and a shirt. She buy what she gonna wear the next day. You're wearing what you bought that day. You wear what you bought the next day. You wear what you buy the next day. Then when it's time to leave, you grab all the stuff you bought, you throw it in a bag, and you come back. That is a vacation. The luggage, that's a trip. And sometimes you need to stop tripping. You know, you need to stop tripping. We going on a trip or we going on a vacation. You know, my mother used to never go on a vacation. She always went on a trip. A whole bunch of suitcases. My daddy got to pack the Cadillac. He got to put a U-Haul thing on the back to get back home because she went there. She went on a she went on a trip. And when she went on the trip, she went all the way to another state to go to Sears and to go to the same stores. And then we come back, and when you unpack your suitcases, there's a whole bunch of clean socks and T-shirts in there that you didn't even wear all this stuff. You ever been on a trip and came back with all them clean clothes that never got out the bag? Oh my soul. Your stuff still in the like you packed all this stuff. You don't want this stuff, don't even get out the bag. That's too much. Okay, let's see. Let's see where the Diddy folks is doing. Where can I find the trial? The first thing is I need to hear what's going on. You know, I always give y'all game. Here's some more game. I ditched these. These I ditched these because they saying this is putting radiation in my head. You know, hey, give me the creeps, okay? I went back. Okay, I just got these the other day. I don't want the radiation, okay? I don't know if they telling the truth, but I don't want the radiation, just in case they tell the truth. So I ditched these. You know, they fancy schmancy, you know. They fancy schmancy, but I don't know. They keep telling me radiation. I don't know. So I went back to the Flintstones. Meet the Flintstones. They're a modern Stone Age family. So I went back. I went back to Fred and Barney, to Wilma and Betty. You know, because I got toxic masculinity. I ain't go back to Fred. I went back to Wilma and Betty. I like Wilma and Betty. I don't like Fred and Bernie. I don't mess with Fred and Bernie. I got toxic masculinity. I'm the type person would tell Dame Dash, you know what? Pause on the pauses, bro. Bro, pause on the pauses. You're doing too much pauses, bro. Okay, who gonna cover this? Who do I usually watch? Am I about to see Diddy get 1 billion years? Uh, who do I be watching? And they got Fox, they got NBC, they got CBS. Who do I be watching? I don't know who I be watching. I forgot. Well, I guess the people that did the Young Thug thing. I don't think nobody's. Tisa Tales. Tisa. AP News. Is AP News in there? Yeah, JLR is there. Associated Press is there. Associated Press is there. They letting people in. Live Now from Fox is there. They look bootleg. Ew, can I say that? I don't know. Who's in the courtroom? Nobody, huh? Is anybody in the courtroom? Max be in there, I think. But I think Max is on Max be in there typing, don't he? Max Vault. Okay, he's not live yet. Associated Press is here. Ticket TV. They not live yet. People are waiting. Max Vault is there. He's standing outside the courtroom. He about to sign off, but that's it looks like my best bet is going to be Fox News New York. Associated Press. Okay, so it's like CLR got the most people watching. CLR seems to be the one on top of it the most. I don't know how he do it, but You say 3 to 5 years with time served. I think I don't think he gonna get that. The judge, the judge don't look cool. They want 11. I don't think they'll give him nothing where he can go home. I believe two things. Either they was gonna let him go home, so they kept him so that his time is totally served, or they kept him because they don't want him to go home, and he gonna sit down about 4 years. You know what I'm saying? But we gonna see. But they might slam him through the floor. Defense want 14 months. We gonna see. Yeah, I'm watching jail. I'm watching JLR. You think he's gonna get 5 years or less? We gonna see. I can't say, but I would guess he ain't gonna get no less than 7. The judge might throw him the whole 20 piece, but they saying he can't do 20. They saying he can only do 11. If he even get 20, I think they saying they can max him out at 11. Do I think Casey is gonna show up? I don't know. I don't know. But if I had to guess, he ain't getting no less than 7. I don't see it. I don't see him getting no less than 7. But anything can happen. That's why you don't want to get in trouble. That wasn't. I don't believe that was no real letter, Cleveland. That wasn't no real letter. That was a joke. That wasn't no real letter. I can't believe they even. I can't believe dude even read that like that was a real letter. That wasn't no real letter. That was 50 troll and probably posted that on this social media. Fifth ain't wrote no letter and posted it. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? The sentencing gonna kick off in about 25 minutes, 9:30. Yeah, Cleveland, 50 ain't right there. Content creators just be trying to get views. He already knew that wasn't real. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, sentencing supposed at 9:30 court start. They not gonna waste no time if you've been to court. They gonna come in at 9:30, boom, boom, boom. Diddy troll. I mean, 50 trolled anybody to get people to come to his page, and then when you come to his page, he advertise. He don't troll to troll. He troll to get you to come over there, and then when you come over there, he said, "I got this going on. I got that." You got to know how Fifth be playing the game. He don't be trolling for real. He antisocial. He don't troll for real. He got people making that stuff for him, and they posting that stuff, and he posted some of it. Then you go over there to see the troll, and then he be like, "Oh, I got a new movie. Oh, I got a TV show." That's what he be doing. It's smart. He don't really be caring about that stuff. He be using that stuff to get you to come over there. That's why he like one of the number one accounts on Instagram. He got to be in the top 10 accounts on Instagram. Smart. He don't be trolling for real. He don't be trolling for real. He be using that trolling to get views so he can sell stuff. Dude, a genius. Because you know he got into the game trolling, right? Right? How to Rob was trolling. He said everybody's name, right? Think about it. How to Rob got him in the game. And what he did, he trolled all the rappers. That's my man. You know what I'm saying? I'll be watching Fifth. You want to learn, watch 50 Cent. Watch 50 if you want to learn about business. It's a shrewd businessman. People play it off like Diddy didn't do nothing. I don't understand that. You go do that, you're going to get 20 years. You go do that. You do what you do it. You're going to get 20 years. Man, you're going to do at least 12, 13. You do it. People like, that wasn't no big deal. Man, they gave him a slap on the wrist for a lot of things. For the substances, for the mule going and buying the stuff with the company credit card and all that. You take your company credit card and go buy illegal substances and see how much time you get. That man supposed to do 20 with good time and stuff. He might get out in 12 or 13. In the real world, if you did all that, man, they'll throw you under the bus. Man, they'll throw you under the bus. On my soul. Boy, they'll throw you under the whole bus if you did that stuff. Yep, the Tupac case, yep. People going to prison for that too. A lot of big names. A lot of people in trouble over pot. So I'm listening to JLR. So soon as somebody come out, he gonna let me know what the verdict is. It's gonna be the biggest news of 2025. 2025 going out with a bang. Man, they not playing no games, Corey. See, Diddy, See, Diddy made a big. He got one big problem, and that's DeLeon messing with them gangsters, threatening them gangsters. He didn't have no problems until he threatened them gangsters. And see, threatening them gangsters, he could not ever come back out if he go in. Oh my soul. Playing with these people right here. If they do get in behind them bars, he might not never walk back out. Oh my soul. You gotta watch who you play with. When they told him we can sell your liquor to the blacks, but we can't sell it in these areas, they told him the truth. His liquor was not going to sell in those white areas. He should have took the deal they was going to give him. They know what they doing. You know what I'm saying? But he didn't want to listen. He felt like I could cross over. No, you can't cross over, bro. America's extremely racism. They was not going to buy your liquor and you was going to damage the company. Diddy thought that he could take his liquor into areas where they wasn't going to buy it. And the company told him they're not going to buy it. They're not going to buy it. You get serious time now. You ain't got to tell me, Corey. I know a lot of people, and a lot of people stop pimping. Why you think dude is Bishop Magic Wine? Well, man, I know a lot of pimps stop pimping because they locking you up and throwing the key away. You doing 20 easy for pimping. Easy. For real. Who is Crystal? I don't know. Oh, with Cristal? Yeah, but Jay-Z didn't go out in public like that. And Jay-Z didn't make a big deal out of it. Diddy made a whole campaign out of it. Jay-Z stopped dealing with Cristal. Boom. Nice and smooth. You know what I'm saying? Nice and smooth. Made his move quietly. Diddy made too much noise over it. Jay-Z didn't get all, Diddy had Revolt and all of that, and he was, in black, and Jay didn't do all that. Now, I don't dislike Diddy. I don't dislike Jay-Z. I don't dislike Diddy. I'm just disappointed that he made all that money, did all that stuff, and, was out there. I mean, Diddy got on substances, and Diddy was trying to do that dark web stuff. They cutting him a break on the dark web stuff because other people that's involved. More people is involved in this. And that's why he might get just a slap on the wrist because they did not really try this for real. Okay? They didn't, when they went in this house, they have not revealed all the footage they got because there's other big names involved, and they say, okay, how could we just deal with him and these couple of people here and save everybody else? More people was involved in this, and if you believe this was really about just two women and some dudes, no. But I ain't gonna talk about that today. I'm gonna just stick with the sentencing. But you can watch my last live on it, and I break it down. This is bigger than what he being charged for. They gave him a break. That's why they raided him but didn't arrest him for all that time while they cleaned up some stuff. Now, if he got tapes they couldn't find and they told him to turn them over, he didn't, yeah, he might get the 11 piece and not come back out. It depends on if he cooperated and gave them all the tapes. Will he survive? It depends on if he got blackmail stuff. If he got blackmail stuff, they'll lock him up. They'll go find the stuff. Then, you know, they'll deal with him. It depends on what we don't know. Everything with him depends, Auntie Punchy, on things we have not been told. But for sure, I think they gave him a judge that will slam you through the floor. All the experts say this judge is not going to play with him. All the experts are saying this judge is going to slam him. I don't know. But the people that deal with it are saying that this particular judge is going to slam him. Do you think that his lawyer make a difference, or it's much deeper than that? Yeah, the lawyer always makes a little difference, but it all depends, XYZ, on what this is really all about. Like, what did he do? Is there somebody that want to get rid of him? You know what I'm saying? And because we're not privy to that information, you know, you see what I'm saying? Because we really don't know the details, but I do know that what they telling us is more than that. Everybody kind of should know that. It's more than what they, it's way more than what they telling us. Freak offs is not no 3 people, 4 people. Everybody knew freak offs was a bunch of people. How freak offs turn out to be a few people. You see what I'm saying? When you first heard freak offs, you knew that was a bunch of people. Now freak offs ain't no bunch of people. What you mean if he didn't get caught? It ain't no way he wasn't gonna get caught. Ain't no way he wasn't gonna get caught. Ain't no way he wasn't gonna get caught. When you doing crimes, you gotta be sober. You gotta be sober. You can't be getting no type of substances, alcohol, or nothing when you're doing crimes, and then you still could get caught. But if you is all out your mind, oh, you definitely going. Yeah, you definitely. You see how he beat that girl up right in the hallway? That's getting recorded. You say house arrest. You saying J Block? You saying that's what you want them to give him, or that's what you want him to get? Because he ain't getting no house arrest with this judge. But I don't know. If they let him go home, it's gonna be time served. They ain't gonna let him go home and give him house arrest. They either gonna let him go home, give him a couple months, like they do 11, 12, 13 months, or slam him through the floor. That's the 3 things he got. Time served, maybe 3, 4 years, where good time and stuff, he'd be out in like 14 months, or damn 5 years, 7 years. It's going to be one of them 3. I can't say which one. And to the young brothers watching me, You hear I keep telling you I can't say which one? You know why I'm telling y'all that? Stay out of trouble. Because if you in court and this is your seat and you sitting here and the prosecutor's there and the judge right there, guess what you don't know? You don't know what he finna say. Diddy don't know what he's finna say. Diddy's lawyers don't know what they finna say. That when they walk out there to sentence you, you don't know what they gonna say. When they open up the envelope and read guilty or innocent, you don't know what they gonna say. If you got a bench trial and the judge walk out there and sit up there, don't let nobody fool you. Boy, it could go any way. I've been there. I was looking at 8 to 40. I'm sitting here, my father's sitting here, and we in court. It's time to read guilty or not guilty. And the judge sat there and he opened it and he said, oh, court so-and-so find you not guilty. I'm like, because you have 2 bad days. You might have one day and they say not guilty is over. But if they say guilty, that's just part one. Now you got to come back for the sentencing. So you found guilty. Then you got to find out how much time you finna do. So if they would have found me guilty, plus when they found me guilty, they could have said, hold him too. Don't let him go home. So that means when I went in there with my street clothes on and they said not guilty, I could have never walked back out of there. Because it's up to the judge if he going to hold you till sentencing. I'm just telling you. I'm telling you. Oh, you guess when he get? Oh, he ain't getting no home. He ain't getting no house arrest, bro. He not getting no house arrest. If he was gonna get house arrest, they would have sent him home. They would have sent him home. They would have said, no, he ain't getting no house arrest. That's out the question, Jay. He ain't getting no house arrest. If he was gonna get house arrest, they would have sent him home when they found him guilty. Now he didn't. Oh no, he not getting no house arrest. He not getting no house arrest. This judge is not giving him no house arrest. This judge wouldn't even give him. They wouldn't even give him a bond for millions and millions of dollars. That's why I'm saying they're gonna slam him. You offer them millions and millions of dollars, and they don't let you go home, and then you found guilty, and they still don't let you go home. They ain't finna let you go home. Now they might say, okay, we hold you now, so it's time served. That's a possibility. But if I had to bet $1,000, I wouldn't bet that he going no home. I wouldn't. Now, that's why it's a bet, because I could lose. You know what I'm saying? So it's a bet. So I definitely could lose. Don't get me wrong. That means I don't know. But if I had to like gamble and bet, I bet he gonna do 5 to 7. I bet he gonna do 5 to 7. Cause he done did too much egregious stuff. And the society don't know. The society ain't no criminals. They don't know nothing about the law. So fans and people like being on YouTube and stuff, most of them, they don't know nothing about the law. They think it's sweet. But people that been in them courtrooms, we already know, boy, it's not sweet at all. On my soul. They didn't take them in because they still was trying to find that footage with all them people on there. You confused what he did wrong? Shit. I can't help you if you don't know that part. The men was prostitutes. He paid them. That's prostitution. If you pay men to fly in and have that sex, that is prostitution. You can easily get 7 to 20 just for that. Okay? People just think about the women. The men that he flew in and paid to do that, that is prostitution. If you film it, that is pornography. You have to have certain licenses for pornography. You can't just shoot pornography. They didn't charge him with prostitution for the males. They cut him a break right there. Everybody talk about the women, but the men he flew in and paid them to do that to the women, that is prostitution. And the judge know all of that. So if your lawyers and everybody play a game and you got all this money and they weave something to get by, and I'm the judge and I feel like you got a lot of money, you trying to get by, and now it's in my hands and you Mr. Slick, and I could give you 11, I might give you the whole 11, Mr. Slick. See, I don't know how this go. The judge might be pissed that you didn't get more time, which really he could have got. Anybody don't believe, listen, man, he had the young boy going to buy illegal substances. You know how much time you'll get if you send somebody to go get all them pills and powder? Do y'all know how much time you get for that? The young college boy, he was a mule, basically. Listen, if you don't think he gonna get no lot of time or should get no time, stay out the streets. If you believe he didn't do nothing, don't you get in the streets, ever. Because you're going under the prison. Because he caught break after break. Because by everything he did at his age, he could do life. He was really supposed to do life. How much should he get? That's up to the judge. That's up to the judge. That was he broke all kind of federal crimes. When you fly prostitutes across state line, that's trafficking. That was human trafficking. They cut a break that they didn't charge him at the men. The men that he flew in, he lucky that they only tried looking at the women. If they're looking at the men, he's pimp. That's just pimping. Them substances, you know how much time you get for them substances? And you send somebody to go buy it? A young white kid that played college ball and kind of ruined his life a little bit, and you in them people court? You be black and go get a little white dude like that from a nice family and get caught with him doing that for you and see what happened to you. And you ain't Diddy. I bet you it was one of y'all be doing 25, 30 years for that. For what he did, and you didn't have that kind of money, man, you'll be doing 25 to 30. Easy. For what he was doing? And then when you beat up a woman like that, they ain't got to charge you for it, but when the judge synced it, see, y'all don't understand how this go. If they can max me out at 11, and the judge seen video of me beating up a woman and don't like it, he gonna give me the 11. If the judge got daughters and he start thinking about his daughters, you're gonna get 11. These is facts. If the judge got daughters, like me, I got daughters. If I'm the judge, I'm slamming them through the floor. I would max them out. I pretend I'm being non-biased, but I would max them out. I got 3 daughters. I'd max them out. I throw them through the floor. I give them, if I could give them 20, I'd give them the whole 20 just on that. I max them out. I got daughters. I max them out. I don't care if my daughter was vulnerable. You did that to my baby, I'm maxing you out. I don't like them because I don't like men that mistreat women. You know what I'm saying? I don't like none of that. But I'm not gonna wish for them to max them out because I don't like the court either, because the court be racist and stuff too. So I don't like the court and I don't like him. The defense, what you want me to say about that? They the defense. I had a defense attorney. I don't listen to the defense attorneys. The defense attorneys is defense attorneys. They're gonna say that's what they supposed to say. The defense attorneys just gonna say let them go home, hoping that even if you don't listen, you'll split the difference, right? So if you're looking at this, I'm a defense attorney. I'm gonna say this. So now, if you try to give it more than what I say, it'll still be less. It's a mental game. So I say, well, he should just go home. Then the judge might just get 13 months after everything is done. So they play a mind game. So the defense is gonna say way less than they think it's really supposed to get, thinking that if the judge say, nah, I ain't gonna give them that less, I'll move it up to here, and they still win. That's what the defense is doing. It's man tricks. So the defense is going to say way less. So that way, if he raises some, it's still to be less than if they didn't say that. Push it all the way down here. That way, they might just push it up back a little bit and he's still in a good position. But now that don't matter. Once the judge, I'm trying to teach young people. Listen, young people, listen to me. I don't care what nobody tell you in this chat. Once the judge got your life in his hands, boy, let me tell you, you roll them dice. The judge can do whatever the judge wanna do. And don't none of that matter. That's why I can't tell you what he finna say. But if I had to go by that judge gonna slam him. I agree with JRL. They're gonna give him fire. The judge, you know what I'm saying? When you go to court and you got a good attorney like me and he see that judge, he gonna ask for a change of venue. He gonna try to get another judge. Cause that judge, you're not getting no break with him. If he get a break with that judge, I will definitely be surprised. I would be surprised. You know what I'm saying? So we might be here for a while, y'all. I might have to play some music. Some I might have to go get some more coffee. Man, I might be on coffee for a minute. I don't know how long this live gonna be. We might be here till 7 o'clock tonight or something crazy. You feel me? But I tell you this, we're gonna keep it a Billy Willie. I tell you this, if I had to bet that you're gonna get any type of deal, I can only speak for myself. I would not bet you get no deal from this dude. This don't look like no cut you no deal dude. I'ma just keep it real. He look like a cut you a deal dude. He don't look like he ever smiled. Y'all see his mouth? Do he look like he'll cut you a deal? Boy, he don't look like he cut no deals. He look like he'll give you 1,000 years. So he look like he will give you the max. He don't look like you get no deal, man. And let me tell you something, the powers that be, when they make sure he your judge, look, let me ask y'all something. When the powers that be put him as your judge, what y'all think they trying to tell you? When you walk in there and the powers that be and you see this is who they got your judge, what would you think? I want to change a venue. I can't believe they didn't get a change of venue. I would get him out, but they might not be. I don't know at that level. They might not be able to get a change of venue. I don't know. You know, I just had state cases. Hey, Goshen, I already know I'm going to jail. I know I'm going to prison when I see this dude. I just don't know how long. He's going to be real serious. And when we look at it and we deal with the situation is not good. And we leave the court, we find you guilty. We found you guilty in 7.5 years. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you straight up. If he was smiling, if he didn't have it, let me see if he always looked like that. Because somebody said he always looked like that. Look, he only got one picture on the internet. What that tell you? Hold on. Okay, he's smiling. I see a picture with him smiling. Okay, I see a picture with him smiling. I see a picture with him smiling, but so let me be fair. Let me not show the worst picture in the whole universe of the man, right? I don't want to be bogus. I want to be fair. That wasn't, you know what I'm saying? That was the picture they kept showing. I don't know why they kept showing that one. I'm like, dang, why is this the only picture of dude? They trying to scare Diddy. Diddy, this your judge. Ooh. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, no. What are we doing? Man, listen. But I'm definitely not gonna make it light. So I'm definitely not gonna come over here and say he gonna get a slap on the wrist or nothing like that. Because I got a responsibility to the younger generation. And I don't want young brothers and young sisters and young people to come over here and think by any means that this is at all a cakewalk. I want to scare you. Okay? So I'm definitely gonna say he might get slammed through the floor because I want y'all to understand that that's the chance you really taking when you do crimes and get caught. They will slam you through the floor. Don't let nobody come over here and tell you, oh, it's a walk in the park. No, no, no. They're giving you false information, right? Okay. So this is how he smiled. It looked like it hurt him to smile, though. This is how he smiled, right? But these, like a judge like that, he go by the book. He gonna go by the book. But you're not gonna get no leniency, though. I know. You're not gonna. He's not gonna get no leniency. He's not gonna get no. He's not gonna get. Yeah, it's almost basically a death sentence. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people, when you rich like that, right, and you mess up, a lot of people don't like that. They feel like you had all the opportunity in the world. You out here clowning like that. So, so a lot of people they ain't gonna rock with that. That's just a fact. A lot of people just not gonna they just not gonna respect you when you got that kind of money. But this video right here definitely gonna get him tired. You know what I'm saying? If the judge got daughters, he done. Know what I'm saying, Ross? Real talk, bro. You ain't never lied, boss man. You know what I'm saying? Man, if Diddy do all that time and get out, he ain't gonna be doing nothing. But you gotta understand, Diddy got a whole bunch of lawsuits waiting on him too, with minors and all type of stuff. He's got all type of lawsuits waiting. He's got all type of other charges waiting. He's got dude saying that he gave $1 million to get rid of Tupac, so he might end up at the Tupac murder trial. The video just you know what I'm saying. But with him being on them substances, Goshen, see that's the thing. I'm trying to get to the young people. When you on them substances, you will throw your life away. You not in your you not in your right mind. Exactly, Corey. Like them substances. You know what I'm saying? If Diddy wouldn't have been doing them substances, he never would have did none of this stuff. And then like crime is hypnotizing. Crime does make you a little dumb. crime, like, it does something to you, man. It makes you a little dumb. I swear to God. I don't know how. So crime makes you a little dumb. I don't know why, but crime blinds you. Like, you get to the point where you don't see your crimes. It's hard to explain. You don't even see your crimes. You just think, oh, you ain't gonna get. You don't even think you ain't gonna get caught. You don't even think about it. You know what I'm saying? You don't be thinking like, I'm not gonna get caught. You don't even think at all. You just do crimes. I swear to God. It's like some type of weird, dark cloud over your eyes. They will put him in prison and take everything. That's another thing, your money. They will take your money. They will lock you up and take everything. Yeah, yeah, Jazzy. It's like you know what, Jazzy? You don't even, it's not even like that. You know, like you say, you end up think you're not going to get caught. You don't even think about that, Jazzy. You don't even think about not getting caught. You don't think about getting caught. You just think about keep doing what you're doing. If you could think about not getting caught, you probably would stop. You do not think you're not going to get caught. Caught, not getting caught, or getting caught never crosses your mind. You become obsessed with just what you're doing. You you know, you think you know what you're doing, and you get to the point where you're just doing it and no thought. Oh, and you ever drove to work and get to work and be like, realize you didn't pay no attention and you just at work? It's just like that. You know, you ever drive to work and when you get to work and you say, you know what? I just kind of drove here on autopilot. That's what crime is like. You'll just be on autopilot. You're not thinking at all. You're like a bird that's migrating. You're just doing it. Oh, and if you drunk or something like that, it's even worse. But even if you ain't on nothing, you get into the mood of what you're doing, and that's all you're thinking about. Bag this up, take it there. Take this there, take this there. That's all you're thinking is about what you're doing. You're not thinking about anything other than the process of do this, do that. I got to go get this and do that. I got to go get this. That's all you're thinking. I got to call my man. I got to get some more stuff. Okay, I got to bag it up. I got to take this to them. That's all you're thinking. That's it. It's a routine. Hey, boom. Couldn't have said it better myself. It becomes routine. And you not thinking at all. I mean zero. You don't be thinking at all. You're just going through the routine. It's the craziest thing ever. It's horrible, really. Another thing is you don't even know what you're doing. When my book come out, it's gonna blow y'all mind. I remember going to court and they read everything that they alleged I had. And the judge said this carry 8 to 40. I had no idea it was no 8 to no damn 40. I would have thought, even if I get caught, I'm gonna do 4. The most they'll give me 4 years. It started at 8 to 40. I had no idea. That's why when you get around the dudes that been going to prison a lot, they know everything. Man, you still in that time, man. Still in that time, man. That's 3 to 5. You know, they know all but you, if you ain't been locked up, you don't know, 8 to 40. That's 3 to 15. You don't know that. You don't know, you don't even know the consequences of what you're doing. Them people said 8 to 40. When I heard 40, I'm thinking 40 for that? 40? And then that's when you now welcome to the real world. Because if you got the wrong judge, he'll be like 40 or he'll be like 30. You got the wrong judge, he'll be like 25, 35, max you out, 40. So now your whole life is on how this dude feel or how this woman feel. That's your whole life. You catch them on a bad day, they don't like you. Any little thing, it can make a difference in 10, 15 years of your sentence. It can make a difference. If it's 8 to 4, it can make a difference with him giving you 8 and giving you 35. It's up to him how he feel. That's the worst position, man. Man, let me tell you. And you had no idea. It's like waking up in a nightmare. Every time Diddy had to go to court, his whole system, his whole digestive system, and his whole nervous system is shot. Your whole nervous system is shot. You don't become no expert with reading law until they lock your ass up. You don't be reading no law. You get a lawyer and you just make it from, it all depends on how much money. If you ain't got no money, then you in jail and you might be going to the law library. If you got money, you out here taking penitentiary chances to pay your lawyer every month. So you taking a chance getting another case because every time you got to go to court, you got to have something. You got to give him a big money up front. Then you're going to have to sign at the end that he gets some of your bail money. And then every time you got to go to court, you got to at least have $500, $1,000 in your pocket. And that's for just crimes like us with Diddy. You got to have, 5,000, 10,000 every time, you come to court. But for regular people in the city, just get big drug cases and stuff. Every time you got to put something in your lawyer's hand. And depending on how much you can pay him, depending on how much your bail you can get back, if you can barely pay him, then he want all the bail. You have to sign your bail over. Yeah, teddy bear. Somebody out there getting into it with the police outside the courtroom. Y'all come on in, hit the like button, share, subscribe, hit the notification bell, all of that. We might be here for some hours. I don't believe he got himself into this. Court's not even in session yet. It's almost 10 o'clock in New York. In about 4 minutes, maybe court will be starting around 10. It's 9 o'clock here in Chicago, well, 8:57. Diddy broke by now? Close to it. Well, maybe not. Depends how much he had. He should have never. They saying the judge can go all the way up to 20 years if he want to. The judge can go up to 20. The judge could go up to 20. Yeah, Corey, he should have never. Diddy ain't in the courtroom yet. The lawyer's in the courtroom. Yeah, he should have never went at these people. They say legal experts believe he's going to get significant time. They saying 5 to 7 year range. A lot of the experts. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. He gonna definitely get 5 to 7 if it's up. I believe he's got to go to some federal prison, and with federal prison, they'll ship you far away sometime. Then you'll stay there a couple years. Then they'll send you to another one. So your family got to travel. They might have to travel all the way to Wyoming at first. Then they ship you to Texas. Now they got to go to Texas. They say the lawyers have arrived. The lawyers in the courtroom. If they give him 20, if they give him 7 with some time served, he'll have to do like 5, maybe 4. He go do about 2, 2.5. They'll let him go to a halfway house. You know what I'm saying? They'll cut it. They'll start cutting it down. But if he made too many bad enemies and they can max him at 20, they'll slap him with like 15. It depends on how many enemies he got. They'll slap him with, because they can go all the way up to 20. So if the judge wants to, he can max him out 20. 20 years. He'll say it right there with no concern for you. Diddy not in the courtroom yet. If they want to, the judge be like, 20 years, I find what you did egregious, whoa, 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 boom. And you gone. And that's it. Now your lawyer got to go and you got to come up with some more money to see if they could try to find some kind of trick to get a retrial or some magic. But you know, all that making the kids walk for the cheese cake and all that, he just got a funky, nobody like him. He say any minute they're gonna say, "All rise." They all in the courtroom. Then he's saying, I'm listening to JLR. He's saying we could be all day, but at the same time, they could come in and be like, brr, 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 15 years, brr, just like that. They could come in, brr, 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 and be done by lunch. Be done. What is 10 o'clock in New York? Man, they could be out of there at 11, 11:30. Even they could be through just like that. Ain't no cut, no fed time. All right, that's fed time. Yeah, it's fed time. You don't get no. Right, right, Michael. I forgot. You don't get no. I'm thinking about state. Right. Ain't none all that halfway house stuff. Right. Right. Michael, you ain't lying. Right. I'm not thinking. This ain't state. This fed. Oh yeah. Oh my God. Mike, you ain't lying. This fed. Oh my God. I wasn't thinking. This is fed time. Yeah, no breaks, bro. I don't think the judge want to prolong this either. The judge gonna be like, man, listen, yeah, it's fed, teddy bear. We tripping. It's fed. I keep talking about state. I forgot this fed. This is everybody's worst nightmare. Nobody want no fed time. This is he's saying the judge could go higher than 11. He can go up to 20. Yeah, it's day for day, Corey. I forgot. Oh my God. I forgot, Corey. For real. It ain't none of that. Oh my God. They say that his family members are expected to speak. All his family members and everybody want to speak. Sometimes that pissed the judge off. Letters from 70 family members and fellow inmates and music. Everybody trying to write to get him out. They're trying to say. Yeah, what's up? Jazzy, you bogus. Look, you got that smile on your face. You know you look at Jazzy. She got the picture to match her post. Don't her picture match this post? You're something else. Look at her picture and look at this post. This is unbelievably funny. You know your face matched this post, right? That's super funny. She said maybe if he let the baby sing and dance, it might help. I don't know. Dealing with those judges is just bad. It really is, because anything could just irritate the judge. He 55. He too old. He too old for this. He been locked up 13 months. Man, he tried to put up millions of dollars. He asked to be let out on bail. They said, no, that's not a good sign. That's not a good sign. Jazzy, you a trip. Yeah, I believe that. If they would have let him out, he was going to be out of there, Corey. He was going to be out of there. He was going to be over there with Russell Simmons. He was going to go over there with Russell for sure. He was going to be in Bali. He was going to go over there with Russell. The court is full to capacity. Cassie says she feared for her life. Exactly, Teddy Bear. Young people, stay out them courtrooms. Just go get a job. All that's easier than that. Trust me what I'm telling you. Keep your nose clean. It's not worth it. I never been to prison. That's because I sat my ass down. Okay, they finna go bring Diddy out to the courtroom. How do you make that much money, cheat many of your artists, and then go and get yourself locked up? He cheated everybody. He cheated Biggie, Mace, Total, Craig Mack, 112, Deluxe, Danny Kane, Making the Band, Black Rob, and a bunch of others. Cheated everybody. Biggest record on Bad Boy was the record he made after Biggie got hurt out there. We took Biggie out there, which is suspicious too. Why would you take Biggie out there right behind what happened to Pop? It's all that's suspicious. Well, you took Biggie out there. Biggie didn't even want to go. Biggie wanted to go to Europe. His leg was hurting. He could barely walk around. And you took him out there and took him to a party. drive up, y'all run the light. He stuck at the light, he get unalive. If that ain't suspicious, what is? Y'all jump in the car to leave. You tell your man to run the light. The person behind you don't run the light, sit there. They walk up, pop, pop, pop. That ain't suspicious. And y'all had just had an argument. He was trying to rob everybody, Lil Kim, everybody, rob everybody who was on his label. You've been free since February '04. Salute to you, Corey. Yeah, Janetta. 100%. You know, looking cute. 112. Yeah, everybody, Ross. They said they got a more extensive presentation coming. Letters being read. See, they're going and a video. So the defense is out there. Then the prosecution gonna read victim impact statements. So they finna be in there all day talking about why he should be free and why he should be locked up. Trying to get the judge. 7 years or 14 months, he's saying. Which one's gonna be? Somewhere in between or what? The judge got to sit there and listen to all that stuff. Okay, Diddy's in the courtroom. Okay, Diddy's in the courtroom. Here we go. It's 10:15 in New York. They probably not gonna sentence him till after lunch, but we'll see. Yeah, he robbed everybody. And he wasn't didn't have no good leadership because he had all the rest of his he had all of the people associated with him involved in certain negative behavior. You know what I'm saying? He didn't have no good leadership. skills. You know, he had Biggie out there looking crazy. You know what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? This girl, 14 years old. If Biggie was alive, he'll be in court too. Why is a 14-year-old girl on your lap? Make it make some sense. Make it make some sense. All kind of foul stuff was happening, man. She was 14. It's been all type of crazy stuff going on. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? People around knew, something wasn't right. You know what I mean? People knew something was wrong with dude. You know what I mean? He just money talks and he was hiding it. Who does this in a club? You know what I'm saying? Who does this in a club? This is substance abuse. You know what I'm saying? They talking about forfeiture. What's that? What are you talking about? Both of them in jail. Imagine that. Both of them. All that money they made, beefing, negativity, they could have worked together and made it so that we had our own record labels. Instead, they was beefing. Look at both of them. Both of them in jail. Crazy. Judge say received all the letters and the videos and everything they plan to play in court. The judge said, I appreciate those letters. And he said, appreciate the government letters. This is the judge say. They say went to trial because of forfeitures. They would have took all this stuff. So now they talking forfeitures now, taking something. Look like they're trying to take something from them. Mia's not going to testify. She is one of the victims because the defense was bullying her. Yeah, that's the one, the little Asian I think she is that wrote the letter. Judge saying right there he's tired of the letters. I bet he is. If Diddy didn't bash Trump, he would have gotten pardoned. Yep. Yep. Trump is very vindictive. He definitely wants to see him go to prison. Trump definitely wants to see him go to prison. Trump is very vindictive. You talk crazy about me, lock him up. He can't wait till he go to prison. Now he might still pardon him, let him do a few years, and he'll pardon him once, after he did, getting ready to get out of office. He might turn around and still pardon him, but he gonna make him go in there. But Trump might still let him out after 2 or 3 years. Might not though, because Trump very vindictive. He might leave him in there, especially considering what Trump has been accused of. He might not want to touch that. Y'all like, share, subscribe, contribute to the channel. Hit them like buttons. Yeah, you got a point. Yeah, you got a point. 50 Son's mother being tied up into this ain't gonna go good for Diddy. Diddy be lucky to get out of prison. Hmm. I don't know. I think he did pass out though, but I think they said because of diabetes or something. Oh, the children gonna come up in a group and speak. They trying to pull all the stops. Giovanni from some program gonna come up and speak. I mean, that's crazy. All that might irritate the judge though, because you got a lot of money, so you doing all this stuff. They like, okay, so you got all this money, so you doing all these stunts. That could backfire. She said, "Did he go pass out to me in 20 years?" Hey, you ladies, what's up with Auntie Joy and Jazzy? Y- Y'all got the jokes, man. Today, y'all keeping it popping. That's good. They keeping it more entertaining than funny because they wild. Hey, they's funny. Y'all crazy. She said, she said, did he go pass out too? Y'all tripping. Oh, don't let Justin speak. He made a song joking the feds going to the wrong. Yeah, he sure did. Say he went to the wrong house. Oh, I remember that. Why would you say that in a? Why would you say that in a song? Y'all went to the wrong house. Basically saying he guilty. That y'all didn't find. That's basically saying your daddy guilty. If he went to the wrong house, it's not supposed to be no wrong house. You like, y'all didn't find the stuff that we guilty of because y'all went to the wrong house. Now, who does that? That's an admission of guilt. She said, did he go beat to man, y'all, what the hell? What are these ladies on? They tripping. Hell nah. What is y'all on, man? Y'all got bad jokes. I gotta catch up. Okay, I gotta get some jokes. I'm not finna let Auntie Punchy and Jazzy Joy out joke me. I gotta come up with some jokes. Okay, let me start thinking, cause y'all ain't finna be the only ones with the jokey jokes. I need some jokes. I got to come up with some jokes, Auntie Punchy and Jazzy. I got to come up with some jokes. I got to compete. I got to compete. Watch mine be corny too. Watch, it's gonna be dry and corny, right? I shouldn't do it because it's gonna be corny because I'm forcing it, ain't it? It's gonna be some corny like when they sentence him, he gonna be P on himself Diddy. He gonna be P on himself Diddy. You know what I mean? It's gonna be some corny like that. Let me come up with my corny jokes. If they sentence him, he ain't gonna be P Diddy. He gonna be P on himself Diddy. I got corny. I got y'all jokes funny, but I'm gonna come up with the corny joke, and y'all do the funny jokes. They find him guilty. We ain't gonna call him Diddy no more. We're gonna call him no. We ain't gonna call him Diddy. We're gonna call him Yes He Did. Hey, listen. If he get found guilty, we ain't gonna call him Diddy no more because we know he did. We're gonna call him Yes He Did. We ain't gonna keep asking Diddy, Diddy, Diddy. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Because his whole name is Diddy. Diddy, Diddy. Yes, he did. If my mother was to see this trial, she wouldn't call him Diddy. She would look at this trial and be like, no, he didn't. Nobody would believe this fool did all this. Bro, you got all that money? Boy, I can't imagine having all that money, man, and flying in no dudes that do no weird stuff. It's brother love. I could not imagine having that much money and doing all that. That just I don't get that part. That's mental illness. No, I get it because that's it was more to that. I believe he was filming that stuff on the dark web and selling it. They giving they giving him a break. The judge say acquitted conduct can be considered. Even matters is not considered for the guideline, not from the some he said can be considered. It's a whole bunch of technicality. So everything he was acquitted for can be considered. So the judge say could still be. Ooh, this judge ain't looking in his favor. The judge said everything that he was acquitted for can be considered. Man, he going to prison. The judge say I could still consider the stuff that you beat can still be considered. We can still consider all that stuff that they said you did. That's not good, is it, y'all? The judge say all the stuff you've been acquitted for, He don't have to do it, he said, but it can be considered, meaning that the judge is looking at you like, boy, you think you got away? Boy, I'm locking you up for all that. Okay? They know what it sounds like. The judge, I could consider everything they said you did. You say he gonna turn 60. Hell no. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. The judge say you could be everything you was acquitted for can be considered. See, when your judge start talking like that, I don't think it was a good deal to have. I don't think it was a good idea to have Steele on this team. I don't think so, because the judge gonna look at Steele and say, "Oh, you won the young, you helped Young Thug. That's not finna work over here." You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think he should have had Steele on the case. Because they not finna let Steele be no Superman and constantly keep beating the justice system. What y'all think? Steele was a bad look, wasn't it? Like, think about it. They looking like Steele did magic over in Atlanta with Young Thug, and now you bringing them over here. They're gonna be looking like, oh, okay, we not, boy, you not finna be no superhero over here. They're gonna be hell bent on giving Steele a L. Or am I just tripping? Hell no. You you got him. Jazzy, you got him. How is it possible? I don't know. The judges got all kind of discretions. The judge is basically telling them XYZ, boy, I ain't forgot what you did. Just because you beat it don't mean you didn't do it. We know you did it. Yeah, the judge is after him, Punchy. The judge is after him. Wow. He said if he gets anything under 14, he'll be lucky. Wow. She said the judge was playing him up. Heck no. Hell no. I know, huh, April? That's crazy, ain't it? Cutie pie. Am I gonna have to drink like 3 cups of coffee today? What the heck, man? They messing up my metabolism. Damn. Mm. So they going back and forth with the judge. They want at least 5 years. I'll be missing you. Heck yeah. That all them songs relate to this. That's interesting. It appears that the defense is trying to drown out the voices of the victim. Mr. Cohn objects to characterizing Miss Ventura and Jane as the victims. He said that's overruled. So Puffy say, don't call them victims. He objected, and the judge says overruled. They definitely victims. Whoa. So they saying Combs object to calling them victims, and the judge overruled. They saying Diddy got a 5-level enhancement based on what the judge just said. So they definitely considered Jane and Ventura as victims. Oh Lord, the ladies is battling. April and Alexa play take that. Oh my God. Can't nobody keep up with the ladies. The ladies is what is going on? The ladies is rocking the mm. They saying the threat to release video and to Jane's home is coercion. The judge slamming Diddy. The judge is like, listen, all this stuff he doing is criminal. The judge is like, yeah, no, all this is criminal. He's saying the threat to release the videos to Cassie and the threat to James Hunt, all that's coercion. The judge is slamming him. The, the judge is slamming him. He's saying everything Diddy was doing, that was coercion. He going bye-bye. The judge is like, no, you a scumbag. All that threatening to release videos, all that threat to their homes, dude, I'm slamming you. Whoa. Shout out to Magnolia. I'm reading her stuff off, and shout out to JLR. Whoa. Whoa. The judge is like, dude, you're a criminal. The judge like, you're a criminal. They can read their letters and all that. Coercion by leveraging celebrity status is just one possible enhancement the judge can apply. He talking enhancing. He talking. Hold on. An enhancement crime isn't a specific crime, but rather a sentencing enhancement, which is an addition. Woo-hoo. An enhancement crime isn't a specific crime, but rather a sentencing enhancement, which is an additional penalty applied to a base criminal sentence due to aggravating factors or a defendant's criminal history. These enhancements increase the severity of the punishment, often by extending jail time, increasing fine, or imposing other consequences beyond the standard range of the offense. Factors that can trigger a sentencing enhancement include the use of weapons, prior felony, the commission of crime near a school, or targeting a vulnerable victim. So the judge is saying a lot of this stuff could be enhanced. Man, they finna slam this man. They finna slam him through the floor. Y'all, they finna slam him. The judge is not playing. The judge ain't trying to hear nothing. The judge is not trying to hear nothing, y'all. The judge ain't trying to hear nothing. The judge ain't trying to hear nothing. The judge is like, oh, this is criminal, boy. You threatening people, you threatening their home, you threatening to release video on them to make them do what you want them to do. The judge said the escorts was victims. Some escorts didn't testify. The judge said the escorts were victims. The dudes is victims. Dang. The judge said everybody's victim. The judge said the experts is The judge saying the escorts is victims, y'all. On my soul. This the Punisher and all of them, he's saying they victims. Hey, he named all of them. They say the judge named all of the escorts. He's saying the men as victims. The judge is basically saying, bro, I'm slamming you. Y'all go ahead. The judge said, I'm slamming you. The judge is not having it. JRL is saying the judge is not having nothing. Judge not trying to hear nothing. The judge said Combs said he was paying for times, not sex. He has not expressed remorse for transporting people for prostitution. The judge said Mr. Combs said he was paying for time, not sex. That is contradicted by reality. He has not expressed any remorse for transporting people for prostitution. The judge said Combs has challenged his guilt, including after trial. So he said Puff ain't never admitted he did nothing wrong. He said, you did all of this and you ain't taking no responsibility. You ain't showed no remorse. You constantly try to say you innocent. Boy, I'm locking you up. Oh, he finna get a lot of time. Listen, he finna get a lot. The way this judge is talking, he finna slam him. Man, let me tell you something. The judge is like, I'm getting ready to slam you through the floor. My mind's made up. Now, y'all go ahead and talk. But I done already looked at everything thoroughly. I know the law. He quoting law and everything. He finna go bye-bye. The reason he getting locked up because when everybody else snitch, Corey, then you go down. When everybody, yeah, you go down. They gon' listen. They talking forfeitures. They finna rob him. I have the forfeiture order. Is this your signature, Mr. Combs? Puff say, yes, sir. Mr. Steele, did you review the forfeiture? They got a forfeit stuff. I'm not betting nobody on social media, bro. How I'm gonna get my money, Skyhawk? You really think I'll bet you on social media? Your name's Skyhawk? That ain't even your real. Yeah. According to what this judge is saying, he going bye-bye. Woo! They said the forfeiture of property that was used in the criminal activity be taken. They want to take whatever property he did this on. They taking something. They not, man, anybody think they playing with him is tripping. It don't sound like it. To me, it don't sound, the judge is not sounding like you getting no kind of break. Now, I don't know. All remaining objections is overruled. The judge say everything I want to object, all the remaining objection is overruled. The judge just said all remaining objections is overruled. And I ain't never heard that before. The judge said whatever you saying after this is over. Have you ever heard that before? I told y'all, Republican, I told y'all, when you do stuff to women like that, and men got wives and mothers and aunties and daughters and nieces, boy, you not getting no break. I got 3 daughters. If you come in front of me with this, you not getting no break. Period. Because a man is going to think about you could do that to their daughters. You a threat to society. Any of y'all brothers got daughters? Y'all would let him go if you had daughters? You wouldn't consider your daughters? You wouldn't consider that could be your daughters? A man gonna consider, right? You could have did that to my daughters. You did that to them. I'm gonna just tell you. Do y'all do know fathers is overprotected of their daughters? We protect our sons, but our daughters? I'm just telling you what I know. Like when I grew up, I had a sister younger than me, and you couldn't do none of my sisters. She a year younger than me. Boy, nobody never touched my sister. I would fight harder for my sister than a fight I'm having for myself. I'm going to go crazy over my sister. I'm going to just tell you. You say you wouldn't make it to court. I'm trying to tell you, Neil. And you know, in India, they be abusing women, and dude don't live in India, so he probably don't respect the way they function in India because he over here in a sophisticated society. Don't tell him what's been happening to the women in his family over in India, too. If he from India, I don't know where he from, but if he is from India, there's no telling what he has experienced in India. He said Diddy not getting out today. Or not anytime soon, dude saying. He's saying it's a possibility he's going to get a decade. Y'all listen, I'm not going to just say nothing to try to wish something against him. But if you could read what this judge is saying, and if you was in there, you know you're going bye-bye. Because the judge The judge like, I'm not trying to hear nothing. The judge say all further objections is, look, we got a guideline range. The judge agrees. The PSR says offense level 27. I agree with that. The criminal history category leads to a guidelines of 70 to 87 months. 70 to 87 months. Hold on. 87 divided by 12, that's 7 years. The prosecutor went over 11 years. Wait a minute. From 6 to 7.5 years. The prosecutor asking higher. But they saying the judge looking at 6 or 7 years. I thought so. I told y'all the judge was gonna give him like around. That's what I thought. And you know what else, y'all? They moving fast. The judge said now he want to hear from the government. They moving fast too. You know, the defense came in there thinking they gonna move slow, and the judge like, nah, okay, no more objections. Move on. The judge is moving like this, y'all. The defense say today is about accountability and justice. For 15 years, the victims' lives have been shattered by abuse and exploitation. This is not just a case about freak offs and hotel rooms. This is about about a man that did horrible things to other people. His currency was control. He weaponized it. She said 135 months in federal prison or Slavic, at least. At least. They want him to get like 15. Man, that man is going to prison for a minute. That man ain't coming home no less than 5.5 years. They want 135 months prosecution. They want 11. They want 11 The judge wants 5 to 7. Judge wants 7. The judge might split that. See, the judge will be like 9. The judge will be like 9. That man not coming home. That man not coming home no time soon with that judge. They said 60 months ain't enough. That's what the prosecution said. It ain't enough. Defense said split the baby. The prosecutor said, nah, lock him up for what he did to their lives. That man not coming home no time soon. And everybody saying like 6 years, 5 years. You know how long that is in federal prison? And you 55 years old? Man, you 55 years old, 5 years in federal, 7 years in federal? Man, that might as well be a death sentence. And mess up and think you a big shot in there and mess up with the wrong dude. The people ain't gonna like you. Think you something because you Diddy. People not gonna like. You better pay. He gonna have to pay. But if he don't put no money on no books, he gonna get dead. He gonna get extorted. He gonna get extorted. If he don't pay, it's a wrap. They slamming him though. He ain't going home. One thing for sure, he not going home. He not going home today. He going to prison tonight. Because this judge is like trying to get this over with today. Hey, this judge is getting this over with. They moving fast. He said the defendant admitted to violence at trial. The attorney say the defendant's respect for the law is lip service. He ain't got no respect for the law. I'm telling you, Jazzy. Combs has booked speaking engagements for Miami for next week. This fool went and booked speaking engagements for next week. You believe this fool? That man went and booked. Diddy went and booked speaking engagements for next week in Miami. Do you believe this fool? Do you believe this? He was responsible for transporting many escorts. He knew it was illegal. Yes, this is the attorney, the prosecutor saying he booked a speaking engagement in Miami for next week. Bruh, that man go, bruh, he's, see, y'all believe that? Bro, who gonna go in front of the judge and say, I was going home? Bro, who do that? Bruh, this man crazy. This man, that's called abrupt disrespect of the court ahead since bruh. You ever heard anything like this, Mike? I ain't never heard nothing like this. I ain't never heard it. Is this man crazy? He's crazy. Diddy is 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 crazy. I've heard enough. He's mentally he's crazy. He's delusional. He's bought into that. I'm Diddy. Take that. He really think like he really believe like he's the man. Like he didn't bought into that. He's that powerful, bro. Who would do that? Power drunk. Boom. The judge might give him more time for the Desi Craig. I swear to God, when the judge hear that, yes. Man, he ain't getting no 5 years, Dre. That man finna get 7, 8, 9 years. That man finna get time. You book a speaking engagement before you sentence? He getting 8 to 9. He just added another 2 on there. If he was gonna give him 6 or 7, I ain't listen. I ain't never heard of nothing like that. I'm blown away. I ain't never heard of nothing like that in my life. I ain't never heard of nothing like that before. Bruh, you locked up for some serious stuff and you booked a speaking engagement for next week. He like thinking he gonna walk. He in there thinking, yeah, man, next week I'm gonna be. The judge can't let him out. You know what? once that's announced, the judge can't even give you no kind of break now. Like, do we understand that? Like, he done tied the judge's hand. The judge is like, I gotta slam you now because you're making it look rigged. You're making it look like I'ma just let you go, bro. You making me look bad. I was gonna give you 6. I gotta give you 9. The judge, like, I gotta give you more. You actually called some people and booked to speak next week? Bruh. I was gonna give you 7. I gotta give you 9, bro. I gotta give you 9. I got to. You making me look bad. Now he making the judge. If the judge go any look soft, bruh, I ain't never heard of nothing like this in my life. I ain't never heard. I ain't never heard of nothing like that. The max time, if they want, they can push it up to 20 years. They could push it up to 20. They want to give him 11, but he could get 20. Doing stuff like that, you might get 18. The judge might be like, oh, okay, 17. Yeah, I throw another 5 on there. Me, and you did this to women, and you all cocky like that, I might max you out. I might max you out. I gotta send the world to all of you. Make me have to send a message to the whole world. Oh, I gotta send a message to everybody like you. 20. bruh, bruh, you said it perfect. That's literally like playing in the judge's face. That sums it up. Like right there. That's it right there. Valiant hit the nail like right on the head. I swear to God, I'm confused now. I'm totally confused. Like my whole mode and everything is all messed up. I'm like all messed up right now. I don't even think I could do this good no more. I don't even think I could do this live good no more. I'm messed up. I'm messed up. I cannot believe this fool. This fool is this is going to be the talk all night and all tomorrow. Diddy booked. Oh my God. Hold on. Did his lawyers know that? His lawyers didn't know that, did they? His lawyer. Or did he do it anyway? Is he so. You know what? Now that I think about it, he was acting in court like he didn't want to listen to Steele. A couple of times when they was talking about what was going on in court, he kind of wasn't listening to the Steele or nobody. So it looked like Diddy went in there and was the boss of his lawyers. You know how like when you get a lawyer, you be like the employee, right? And then your lawyers tell you do this. It looked like he's so used to being Diddy that instead of the lawyers being able to help him, he was telling them what to do. That's what it looked like. Am I tripping? That's what it looked like. It looked like he wouldn't even let the lawyers be the lawyers, that he treated the lawyers like employees. And so they just was like, Michael, they was probably like, all right, just pay us then. All right, just give us our bread then. Just pay us. Whatever, Diddy. Pay. When it was like they probably was like, well, then just pay. Let's just take this fool's money. You know what I'm saying? Whatever, bro. Just pay. Cause he crazy valiant. The man crazy. The case is crazy. When you gonna have a girl go do something and come spit it back in your mouth, who do that? The things that he was doing, what she was doing with the men, and then go give it to him and he rubbing on his chest. What is that? That's that's crazy. The man's crazy. The man's crazy. The man is Diddy is crazy. Period. Diddy is crazy. Diddy is crazy. Anywhere in the United States, Diddy is crazy. Any penitentiary you go to, any jail, any courtroom, and you tell any criminal or somebody fighting a case that Diddy booked a show, Diddy, Diddy booked a speaking engagement before he was sentenced, everybody would say, "You crazy, bruh." He did not book no speaking engagement next week. Wow. That's a whole live stream, like I think tomorrow. Diddy, I could see me. I'm not gonna be able to stop talking about that. I'm gonna have to talk about that tomorrow. Diddy booked a speaking engagement before he was sentenced. All night tonight, I'm gonna be really tripping. This is one of the most tripped out things I ever heard in my life. I swear to God. I swear, when you talk about hearing crazy stuff, this got to be in my top 10. It might even be top 5. I'm trying to think of what I heard crazier than that. What if I heard somebody doing something crazy? Boy, I got to think about that. Neil, Neil, top 5 XYZ. Boy, I'm trying to think what I did stupid. Okay, one time I had some tweezers. I was a little boy and I was in the bathroom and I seen that the plug had 2 holes. So I stuck the tweezers in the 2 holes and all the lights went out in the house. And my daddy got home and said, "Boy, you better be glad we got circuit breakers because if we had the old house like I had down in Alabama, you got electrocuted to death." Now that's the dumbest thing I ever did. And Diddy right under there. Like Diddy is right under sticking the tweezers in the electric socket. He right there. He right there. He right under me sticking the tweezers in the electric socket. The man booked a speaking engagement before he was sentenced for some serious crime. Like seriously. Like the man, like I'm going home. The man say he thought he going home today. The prosecutor saying them women didn't want to do that with stranger. He made them do it. This fool going to jail for this. Let me tell you something, Cyrus. If they grown and you rich, they slamming you for that because they gonna say you use your money. They gonna slam you. They gonna blame you if you rich because like you said, that's coercion. Because he threatened to put them out their apartments and all of that, have them under financial slavery, under duress. He tell them like go throw them out in the streets. They gonna hold you responsible with all of that. When you got that much control over somebody, they gonna hold you responsible. That's extortion, excursion, all of that. That's you using your power to overpower them, and you feed them. Yeah, you gonna get blamed for that. You gonna get blamed for that. If you in some type of high position, like if you at a job and you make your employee have sex with you and threaten to fire them, it's the same thing. They gonna hold you for that because they gonna say you use extreme situation to pressure this person to do that. You had control over their livelihood. Chef Jordan wrote how she was impacted. He blackballed people where they never could do nothing. He did that to the musician. Look at everybody that left him. They couldn't get no more work. They couldn't sell no records. Locke's the only one was able to try to do something. Diddy was ruining people's lives. He really was. Dude is a demon. He was blackballing people. And TD Jakes knew he was doing all that. TD Jakes is funny anyway. Cause you know what TD Jakes and his, them adopted sons or whatever they are. It's been, I don't even want to start on him. I think he a Diddy too. I think Jakes I mean, much respect, XYZ. This is the craziest. This is some of the craziest stuff I ever heard in my whole life. This is the craziest thing I heard in any trial. Hey, this Cyrus, hey, bro, to book a speaking engagement when you looking to be the sentences is the craziest thing I've ever heard in any trial ever. I ain't never heard of nothing like that. That is the craziest thing I ever heard. I ain't never heard nothing like that, bro. And a serious trial. Where you had to get multi-million-dollar lawyers and stuff, bro. What made you think you was gonna be able to talk to somebody next week? So you just know you weren't gonna be in no halfway house, or you wasn't gonna have to do. You were just gonna walk out, and it's just gonna be over after you was found guilty, bro. You was found guilty already. Maybe if you're not found guilty, yeah, because you thought you was gonna be found innocent. Okay, that's crazy, but I can see that. You going for sentencing, and you like, man, they gonna find me innocent. I'm a booker, speaking engagement. But to be found guilty and say, even though I'm found guilty, and I gotta go back to court. I'm gonna be speaking the next week. Bro, what? Wait a minute. Dude, you was found guilty. What? 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 Bruh, you did not book no speaking engagement. Boy, I would love to hear that phone call. Yeah, this Diddy from prison. I want to speak next week. You know what I'm saying? And I want to hear the person that booked him. Yeah, cool. So when you get out, next week is great. The people that booked him crazy too. Did he pay them? Like I pay you. Did he must have paid them to be able to speak? Oh, I don't know. I don't know how that went. I don't know how that went. How that booking went. Did he book it from the jail phone or did he have his sons in them book it? Boy, you call from the jail phone. Man, I don't know what the hell going on, Boogie. He blamed doctors for prescriptions. He pretends he is the victim. He hasn't accepted responsibility for his criminal conduct. No, he ain't accepting no responsibility. He booked the talk. Like bro just shot himself in the whole foot. You not took no responsibility for nothing. You booked, bruh. She said he will pose a danger at any age. He choked Jane at 54 years old. So they saying Diddy crazy, period. And hey, listen, if the prosecution saying you crazy, period, and you booked a speaking engagement next week, bruh, oh my God. Oh my God, I don't even believe this. I cannot believe I'm witnessing this here. Bruh. Now they can really say you crazy. Like, yes, you crazy, yes. Yes, you are a nut. Yes, you're a danger forever, bro. Yes, you're a danger forever, bro. You locked up and you booked a speaking engagement after you were found guilty and you going for sentencing, bruh. Who books a speaking engagement when they going for sentencing? This man is crazy. The man is absolutely crazy. Oh, he's crazy. He's lost his man. Or maybe them substances and stuff. Like he's crazy. Like Diddy's crazy for real. It happened. Send a message to all victims and to the public that this defendant's crimes are serious. They said prostitution causes other problems. It happens out of public view. General differences is needed. They said for the greater good, send a message to all the victims. She said you could encourage or discourage abusers. She told the judge, you send a message. The prosecutor told the judge, you uh, at least 135 months are necessary. Judge, let's take a break. 135 months is necessary. So they want 11 years, period. So the prosecutor said the other girl didn't come because she was bullied. I ain't never heard nothing like this. You did say that. He gonna do 10, ain't he, Jesse? Oh, that could be his thing. He want to plead insanity. He that smart. That might be his plan. If he didn't have money, they would give him the max. He want to plead insanity, but he did something that makes him not look insane, that makes him look arrogant. He should have did something else to plead insanity, because that's not going to come off as insanity as much as it's going to come out as arrogant because you rich. So everybody going to think you did it because you rich. Nobody's going to really take it like you did it because you insane. They're going to take it like you crazy based on you got money, not really crazy. That wouldn't be a good thing to do for insanity right there. What the hell? That's just going to be considered arrogant. You know what I'm saying? That's going to be arrogant, like, bruh. If he was going to plead insanity, he should have been blurting out in court, right? And he should have been acting crazy in the courtroom. But you can't sit in the courtroom and be sane, and now all of a sudden you insane. Like, bro, if you want to plead insanity, you should have really been insanity. Stand up and take a crap right in the courtroom. And it go all over the news. Diddy stood up, pulled his pants down, and boo-booed in the courtroom. He crazy. Know what I'm saying? If you wanted to, you know what I mean? But booking that you're going to talk next week, and they ain't gonna take it as insanity. I'm saying you crazy, but not insane. They're gonna be like, oh, you got, oh, okay, you think we playing with you? We think we playing with you. That looked like he, like Valiant said, it looked like you playing in the judge face, bro. You this make it, this even make your case work worse. Like, oh, you that's why you was just making these women do whatever. You really think you somebody. So this make your abuse to the women look worse. Like he made his case look worse. Like you just think everything go your way. Like they really right about you. Dude. 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 This make you look guilty. Like you really think that the world belongs to you. You could do whatever you want to do. This is make I ain't never seen nothing this stupid before in my whole life. We gonna be here for some hours. This gonna be a long stream. We gonna be here for a minute. Man, I ain't never seen nothing this stupid before in my whole life. I ain't never heard nothing like that before. I ain't never heard of nothing like that. I kid you not. I ain't never heard. I ain't. Man, I'm telling you, I knew this was gonna be interesting, but I had no idea this was gonna be nothing like this. I swear to God, I've never heard of anything like this. Never. I've never heard of anything like this in my life. This is absolutely crazy. Never heard of nothing like this before. I swear to God. That man just hung himself. Like, bro, you didn't do that. You kidding. You didn't do that. What the hell? You didn't do that. You know what I'm saying? What you ever hear anything like that before, Zine? I ain't never heard nothing like that. He is very arrogant. He think he who he think he is. I've never heard of nothing like that. That's the craziest. That's crazy. I've never heard of anything. I never heard of anything like that. That's the craziest thing I've ever heard in any courtroom that I could think of. I watched a lot of trials. I ain't never ever heard of nothing like that in my life. I couldn't even. I'm trying to think of what would make me even think to do that. It never would have crossed my mind. Man, I'm going to court to be sentenced. Man, I'm booking a show, man, next week, man. I'm gonna book a show. I'm gonna book a show next week. I'm gonna book. I'm gonna book a show. I'm gonna book a show next week, man. I'm gonna book a show next week, just like that. Cause I'm Diddy. I'm Diddy. Basically, he committed judicial suicide. Basically, basically, they on break. The courtroom is packed. I ain't never heard nothing like this before in my life. I ain't kidding. Okay, they finna end they break in a minute. It's like that case, that singer that off the 14-year-old and had her body in the trunk. Then went on, yeah, they went on tour. They saying the max is 10 years. They want the max is 11 and a half, almost 11 and a half years. This is the craziest stuff I ever heard, though. I ain't never heard nothing like this. This is absolute madness. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts about it. This is madness at the highest level. This is madness. We finna be here for a while. Y'all get something to drink and stuff like that. Let's take a little break. Let's take a little break and then we'll return and we'll finish. But this is complete madness. We're gonna take a break. I'm not going nowhere. I'm gonna be here till this is over today or tonight or whenever. Let's make it do what it do. All right, we back with the madness. It's going to be a long day. I don't know how this sentencing is going to be just absolutely crazy. The sentencing is going to be crazy. They're going to slam him through the floor. I can tell you that. They're going to slam him. The judge has to be pissed beyond anything reasonable.
Oh, well, what Diddy did it. Not the same as Jordan. He's much worse.
The judge has to be pissed.
Now remember, some of the legal analysts are saying every time.
Okay, they're back. Let me see what's going on. Crazy. This is going to be one for the record books, y'all. I don't know how many hours we're going to be here, but it is noon in New York. The judge got to be pissed. Got to be. Punchy. Whatever he was going to give him, he's going to add more time on it. He like, you booked. You what? They saying this might be a waste of time. The judge got his mind made up. They saying the judge might got his mind made up already. All of this might just be a waste of time. All this might be a waste of time. Judge got his mind made up. It's crazy. You cannot make this kind of stuff up. This is crazy. Diddy has definitely forced his hand. Valiant. Diddy is crazy. Diddy is absolutely crazy. There's nothing else to say. Like, he's absolutely crazy. Y'all run the likes up, share, subscribe. I've never seen anything like this. I've never heard anything this ridiculous. Please, judge, do the right thing and serve justice. There was coercion. Look, 13 years plus time served in probation. People want him to get 13. The people in this chat on JRL, they want him slammed. They want him slammed. The public wants him slammed. They want, especially the women. The women, and he's pissed everybody off. I mean, he has nobody on his side if he booked a show. I ain't gonna. The judge is liable to come back. it's not going to probably be too long when the judge come back. The judge probably is going to be fed up. Like he said, he wouldn't accept no more objections. Right then, I know, this judge is not playing. Like, that judge not giving him no leniency. Ain't no way. Man, let me tell you something. The the last thing you want to do is act like you finna walk out of there before you sentence. And for you to go book a show, for you to book a speaking engagement before you sentence, is gonna get you some more time for show. Unless the judge is just already got how much time he gonna give you, 7 years, and the judge said, I'm gonna just stick with the 7. But I would think if the judge gonna give you 7 and you booked a speaking engagement, he gonna give you 9. Cause he gonna look at you like you ain't gonna learn. The courts are season something too. If he doesn't get a certain amount of time, there's going to be people cheering, and that's going to really piss off the people that want him to get time. It's really be a travesty. The judge will look really bad. If the judge do anything that cause people to cheer, he'll be ruined. So the judge has got to slam you. Like if the judge was thinking 7 or 8 and you played your card right, he's like, all right, 5. But if the judge look at 7 to 8 and he finds out you booked a speaking engagement, he might just say, okay, 9. He might just slap another year on there just for that. Like, one thing for sure with judges, when you piss a judge off, it's real bad. It reminds me one time I went to traffic court, y'all, right? So I'm in traffic court and everybody going to see the judge. He letting them go. He letting them go. He letting them go. So right before I go, this brother goes up there, this black dude, and he's driving real fast on the freeway. So the judge asked him, well, why is you driving like 80 in a 50? And he said, Your Honor, I was trying to merge into the traffic. The judge like, merge into the traffic? What are you talking about? 75, 80 miles an hour? When people are getting on at 45 miles an hour? And the judge threw the book at him. Call me next. I walk out there, the judge say, so-and-so, fine. The next person, fine. Well, that man had pissed the judge off, man, and the judge slammed All of us after that didn't even act. Just as soon as we walked up there, guilty. Get it. I said, dang. When you, man, you do never piss the judge off. I don't care if it's traffic, criminal, civil. Judges have a reputation. When you piss them off, they drop the hammer on you. The judge is saying some cases people got less time, but there was no threats of violence. They say in Diddy case there was threats of violence. All that going over kids, Cuddy's house, the car getting bombed up, all that don't want to, all of that anger, especially Casey in the hotel, is clear violence. Then he's slamming you. He's slamming Diddy because you violent. You violent. So your case is like you really forcing people with you. They said Diddy had a drug problem for 25 years. His brain gone. People get money and they get on them substances and they be addicted and they can afford. They can afford to be addicted. He ain't coming home no time soon. Mm-mm. He not coming. So they saying, how could you insult our client Diddy because he got a drug problem? They saying, but he gave everybody else drugs and made them addicted. Good point. He hooked people on it. They already know he a relapse. Yeah. And they saying, yeah, but you got other people addicted. He losing all the way around because you got other people addicted. So how we supposed to feel sorry for you being on drugs for 25 years when you got all these women, when you got other people on it? That man, that man not going home for a long time. And his attorneys, he gonna have to get some other attorneys. The judge said, I read all 900 Man Act cases, and Diddy's is different than all the rest of them. The judge, like, I'm not trying to hear it. He said he read all 900 Man Act cases. And he said Diddy's case is different than the whole other 900 he read. The judge said, who's next? He don't want to talk to Driscoll no more. The judge like, somebody else come up. That's it. The judge is like, okay, that's it. That's all. All right, go sit down. Because the judge was like, I'm not taking no more objections last time. Like, the judge is not really playing. He's saying Diddy's case is different than all the other 900 Man Act cases he ever read. Wow. Johnny Cochran would have probably got Diddy 2 to 3, but Johnny Cochran would have made Diddy behave. Johnny Cochran would have never let Diddy book no speaking engagement. I believe now, knowing that he booked a speaking engagement, I believe that Diddy tried to boss Steele and all his attorneys and wouldn't let them do their job. So they just gave up and just took the money. Because like when you get an attorney, you kind of become like the employee. You know, you're basically paying an attorney to tell you what to do. You're not paying an attorney to tell the attorney what to do. You're admitting you're the expert. Guide me. But it looked like Diddy so bullheaded that he paid them and then he wanted to be the boss. He's like, so, but this is a guy that made people walk and get him ice cream. So he's definitely got issues. I don't believe he wanted to listen to his attorneys. I don't believe it. I don't believe he wanted. Cochran, it's a high possibility that Johnny would have quit. It's a high possibility Johnny would have quit. As soon as Johnny seen how you function, Johnny would have quit. Because Johnny would have quit. I don't believe Johnny would have worked for Diddy. Johnny would have quit. Johnny would have quit. Yeah, I believe Johnny would have quit. He would have said, you got to seek other counsel. Johnny would have told Diddy, you got to seek other counsel. He wasn't. He wasn't listening to his counsel because there's no way he booked no speaking engagement. That's what ain't no way And ain't no way you was listening to your attorney and you booked a speaking engagement. Imagine if they seen them book a speaking engagement. They said you booked what? I know how them attorneys are. Do you have all the money? I know I told you 15, but I'm gonna need that whole 21. That's how attorneys are. They can be like, let me just get paid. Let me get my money. Fine, fine, Diddy. They're gonna wait and then they're gonna start talking about the money. Let me get this money. He's definitely finna lose. When you call them about an appeal, they're gonna be like, how much? They're gonna give you a price. They might do it if they want the money, or they might tell you, I got another case. Depending on how bad you're gonna make them look. Cause ain't no attorney letting you book no speaking engagement before sentencing. That proves that you just do whatever you want to do. He seemed to be the kind of dude that booked that and didn't even tell them. You know that, right? Don't it seem like he booked a speaking engagement and didn't tell his attorneys? And the prosecution found out and dropped a surprise bomb. You know what I'm saying? Don't that seem like that was like a surprise where Diddy's attorneys was like, you booked a speaking engagement? Don't it? That's the only way I could see it. The only way I could see that is that his attorney didn't even know until they heard that in court. Because if they would have known, they would have went and canceled it. They would like cancel that. They couldn't have knew. They could not have knew. There's no way they could have known. There ain't no way. Y'all think his attorneys knew he had a speaking engagement? Ain't no way. Yeah, he told his sons, go ahead, Pop, you coming on. He told his sons might have booked it for him. They couldn't have known. Ain't no way. Could you imagine if you the defense and you hear that today? Hey, especially Steele. Because Steele don't play. If Steele heard that today, he's done with you. Because he's looking like, you making me look bad. You going to make me take a L. Steele, I know if Steele was in there and he didn't know that he heard that, ooh, bro, who does that? And the prosecution went and say, "Oh, we got him. This fool booked a speaking engagement. They dropped it right on time. He booked a speaking engagement." I know the judge was like, I don't even know. I don't even know what to say. I'm gonna be thinking about that all the rest of the night and tomorrow. Like that is finna take a big old space out of my brain. I'm not gonna be able to just forget that. That's like gonna be. I'm gonna just be bewildered for a long time. Like, is this the dumbest thing I ever heard? This is possibly. You're a dumb thing. But as far as something being done, dumb and the most damaging, this is the most damaging, dumb thing I think I've heard. I'm trying to think if I ever heard something this dumb, this damaging. I'm trying to think. That Extension dude, didn't they do something stupid? I think them dudes did something stupid. The people that unalived him. I think they did something stupid. I don't know if it trumps this because I can't remember. I ain't gonna never forget this. That's why this might be at the top. Bruh, wait a minute, bro. You booked a speaking engagement before you said this? What the hell? I That's one of the dumbest things I ever heard in my whole life. I'm almost 70. I'm gonna be 70 in 2 years, a little over 2 years. I ain't never heard of nothing like that before. I'm trying to think. So some attorney trying to speak up for Puff, but he's looking crazy. He trying to say that Diddy helped black entrepreneurship and gave him a seat at the table. You believe this? They saying this was the worst thing they can do. The defense is to show his power and what he did because they saying that's what he used to go on and do stuff without being unchecked, and that's what he did to influence his victim. So they saying the more powerful you make him look, it work against him. It's a bad defense. It do sound corny. He did all this for the community. His dumbass booked a speaking engagement before sentencing. They just trying to pull anything like this man is an idiot. Diddy it. We're gonna have to start calling him Diddy it. We're gonna have to call him B Diddy it. That's his new name. His name is P. Diddy it. On my soul, that's his new name. Can you imagine calling your daddy? He locked up. What's up, daddy? What you doing? You go to court next week for sentencing. I know. I got a show booked the week after that. Daddy, you going to jail forever. Mama, daddy talk about he booked a show the week after sentencing. What's wrong with him, mama? Mama, what's wrong with him? I think, Mama, what's wrong with daddy? He like, I'm going home. Yeah, I'm going home. I'm gonna beat this. The judge ain't gonna do nothing to me. I got this. Take that, take that, take that. Cause this bad boy for life. Like you believe that stuff. This boy is crazy as hell. That's his name, P. Diddy it, man. He dumb as hell. Yeah, they mama gone. Right, I forgot. Whose mama's gone? The boys or the girls? That lady that passed away ain't all they mamas, is she? She ain't all they mamas, is she? How many? Kim, the twins, the boys, right? What about the girls? Because I know he got the two boys, then he got the girls, then he got the other dude's son. That's weird. The twins' mother is gone. The girls. But I wasn't talking about them. I was talking about the. Oh, Kim had four bound. So she had both of them boys and both of them girls. Well, whichever one ain't his, the one that's talking about mama, but is they mama gone too? Everybody mama gone? Damn. What a disaster. And Kim, you know how she left, right? You know what I'm saying? You know how she left. You know how Albie Sure got sick. You know how Heavy D. It's some rumors about. It's some rumors about how they been how what happened. You know what I mean? King and the twins, the Kims. Oh, they all her sons. Cause right, okay, I got it. But just one of the boys is Albie Sure's, who got sick. Well, I'm telling you, man, Diddy a super criminal. They said Diddy opened three charter schools in neighborhoods where the schools were not good. The motto was black excellence. Bro, how your motto black excellence, but you out yeah, black excellence? This dude crazy. Black excellence, but you rubbing dudes stuff on your chest. Like what the hell? I never liked it. He was always a weirdo to me. I just never liked him. And then I really didn't like it when he made them walk and get the cheesecake. I said, oh, this dude is a nut. They should have shut him down right then. MTV bogus for letting him send them, go get me some cheesecake. I would have got fired right then. That would have been the end of my career. Them rappers stupid, because if you was a rapper, that was the time to say, boy, I'm not going to get you nothing. And then go drop your records and you would have blew up. You would have blew up. You would have blew up if you would have dissed them. Say, boy, I ain't going to get nothing. You would have blew up. Oh man, Cassie had everything wrong with her. And Diddy got all type of stuff allegedly. allegedly Diddy got a lot of STDs, like serious stuff. He he probably got HIV. I don't see how they ain't got HIV. I can't say he got it, but probably. You know, the way he was functioning was definitely totally unhealthy. Like when I watched what was going on with Cassie and what Casey was doing and the type of conditions she was in, that was some of the most horrible shit I ever heard. You know what I'm saying? I have never heard of a woman getting abused like that personally, like that. That made me uncomfortable watching the trial when I heard about what he was having her do. I was like, he should have been in prison anyway. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Craig Mack. Yep. It was the worst. I had never heard of nobody doing that type of stuff to no woman. The stuff he was doing to Casey was like like definitely bondage, like definitely prison, like. And you talking about helping the black community, but at night you doing this weirdo satanic stuff. You know what I'm saying? Bro, you the devil. Man, he had no flaws. That man was a devil worshiper. The way he did Usher messed up still today. But that man always been showing you what he was. You know what I'm saying? Look at this picture. He know what he doing with this picture. Okay? Look at that picture. Nothing that picture do not look righteous, do it. He got that witchcraft tattoo on his back. That man was evil, is evil, and crazy. That man crazy. I spend money every day speaking with him. Westmoreland said he's been in jail and he's remorseful. How you remorseful and you booked the show to go speak, bro, before you beat the case? Man, listen. That boy ain't got no remorse. Santeria. Okay, let me see. Let me see. That's the Black Madonna. Oh, he says Haitian voodoo tattoo. So that's supposed to be Haitian voodoo tattoo? Because it looked like the Black Madonna. Is that Haitian voodoo tattoo? That's not no Haitian voodoo. That looked like the Black Madonna. That ain't the Black Madonna? Oh, it's not. It's voodoo. Well, it's a, who's the baby? Oh, it said, oh my God, you're a Haitian. So I guess that is Haitian. Let me see. Okay, let me see. I'm seeing some pictures of them, but this the Black Madonna. This say Haitian voodoo, but this the Black Madonna. How they calling the Black Madonna voodoo? This the Black Madonna. I don't know. I gotta look into that. How did they take that? I don't know. Prayer of Vasily Dantor. I don't know. I gotta look into it, y'all. But that's the Black Madonna, though. That is the Black Madonna. I don't know if they trying to defile it, but that's the Black Madonna. I'm trying to figure out how they took that and made that evil. Let me look it up. Fish protector and nurturing mother and a source of healing and resilience, while also honoring her warrior spirit and strength. Prayer should be heartfelt and honest, reflect your needs for safety, strength, and comfort. Prayer may seek her guidance through challenges, ask for clarity and courage, and request her protective presence to lead to wholeness and peace. So she don't do nothing evil. That's the Black Madonna that they took. Hold on. Hold on, y'all. Let me look it up. We're going to get to it, right? It's the Black Madonna. I told y'all. What I tell you. Look. You know I know my stuff. Look. There you go right there. Yes. Ezurli Danto is often depicted as the Black Madonna of Chestokawa in Haitian voodoo, a powerful image symbolizing maternal love and fierce protection. So she don't represent nothing evil. She don't represent nothing evil. I knew that was the Black Madonna. They just trying to say it's evil. Representing the various powerful aspects of womanhood, particularly motherhood and protection. Motherhood and protection is not evil. So it don't represent evil, So that once again, they misusing the word voodoo. You know what I'm saying? They'll take the word voodoo and misuse it. You know what I'm saying? Because it's black, but that's the Black Madonna. They talking about he's just a man. He make mistakes. Hmm. Why would he mistreat a woman so bad? Because sometimes people be trying to do righteous stuff, Jazzy Joy, but the bad things they went in their life, so they'll try to take some righteousness and put it on them to help them, but their bad habits and the way they live overpower it. So it ain't got enough power to get him to change his evil ways. So a lot of times they be trying to change, but the evil be more attractive than the good. So you could be on some righteousness, but the evil could be so attractive that it pull you away from it. You know what I'm saying? Because I've been there where I was super duper righteous and then I was a demon. You know what I'm saying? After I got stabbed. You know what I'm saying? It's things can happen, or it could be like a childhood situation. And so now you growing up and you trying to fight it, but it just stay on your back. It just haunts you. You know what I'm saying? Because I had both sides. That's what my book is about. I'm writing. Things can happen to you, and no matter how much righteousness you push it for, the evil can take over. Because you can always remember, right? Right? Lucifer was what? An angel. Was like the number one angel that hovered over the throne. And then the devil and the angels fell, remember? Remember? They was righteous. Remember? Remember when Christ was fasting 40 days and 40 nights and Satan quoted the Bible to him and said, jump, because it say that your angels will catch you. That's from the book of Psalms. So Satan was quoting the book of Psalms to Christ. And Christ said, also say, thou shalt not tempt the Lord thy God. Remember? That blew my mind. Like, dude was quoting scripture. Yeah, that's when I said, oh, right, he lived with God. And then he fell. He was an angel. He's a fallen angel. So it's still an angel. You know what I'm saying? It's like the hit record, ladies. Y'all know the record. What's the record that post? What's the record that? Because you know my daddy say, "Daddy, you know a song for everything." Here go the song for that. It's a thin line between love and hate. It's a thin line between love and hate. That's the song for that. It's a thin line between being an angel and a demon too. It's a very thin line. And my boy then crossed it. He didn't cross the line. He didn't cross the line and then lost his mind. He done booked a show to speak before he go to sentencing. And you know he done lost his mind. Well, that boy booked a show to a speaking engagement before he went to sentencing. Man, if that ain't the most bodacious, That's the most bodacious thing I think I ever heard in my whole life. I was trying to think of anything I did that. I'm trying to think of anything I did that, boy. That man took the cake. Boy, imagine, boy, you in jail. Boy, I go sentencing next week. And I call, I'll be like, what's up? Yeah, this is Diddy. I'll go to sentencing next week. Could you book me for the week after? Like, bro, you going to sentence. Don't worry about that. Book me for that man had to book that. Maybe he booked it before he was found guilty. That's the only way I could see it. He booked it before he was found guilty and it was still just booked. I guess. I don't know. I don't know how he pulled that up. Like somebody trying the greatest man in the world, he's my superhero. Oh, this is son. I'm the one who most resemble my pops. My mannerism. My whole life, I studied my dad up and down. He's the greatest man in the world. He said his dad the greatest man in the world. Bruh, you need to get out in the world. Your daddy sucks. he said his daddy is the greatest man in the world. Boy, if you don't shut your ass up, he said daddy is a superhero. Yeah. He says daddy is a superhero. I'm trying to think of what superhero he'll be. Spider-Man? Like, now, wait a minute. Batman? I don't know. I don't know what the superhero would do. Captain Stupid Man. He'll book a show before sentencing. He is the dumbest man in hell. He's dumb as hell. Boogeyman. Yeah. Yeah. Captain Fool. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? The hell? Bruh, you booked a speaking engagement while you was locked up. Bro, I can't, boy, I just can't. I just can't. I can't. Boy, I just can't. That's like my father passed away on Saturday, and I booked a dentist appointment for him that next Thursday. You know what I'm saying? That's like, no, it's like my daddy gets shot 9 times at a liquor store, right? And he rushed to the hospital. And I go to the hospital, I book him a dentist appointment 2 days after the shooting. He got shot 9 times all over his body. I go to the hospital. While everybody in there crying, I go in the hallway and say, hello, I want to book a dentist appointment. Yeah, for you got to open in tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? It's for my dad. You know what I mean? Something like that. Something crazy like that. Something crazy. He need a cape with duh on there. Duh. And he be Captain Duh. Duh. He fly places. We get there, he land. They say, it's duh. And little kids say, what does that stand for? Dumb as hell. You know what I'm saying? That's it. Bro, you booked a speaking engagement while you was locked up. They shouldn't have told me that till later on the night. I shouldn't have to think about that all day because now it blocked my whole mind. I wish I should have heard about that at the end of the day. I heard about that early in the day, and I was like, dang, wait a minute. He booked a day speaking engagement while he was locked up, and he let the judge find that out. The judge probably tripping. I can imagine if I was a judge and you came in front of me and I'm finna sentence you and I found out you booked a speaking engagement next week. I'd be like, sir, is it true you booked a speaking engagement next week? Yes, Your Honor. Oh, you think I'm playing with you? That's the only thing I could think. Oh, you think I'm playing with you? Well, look, I was gonna give you 20 years, 60 years. You know what I'm saying? I know damn well. Is it me? My name is Jesse Combs, and I'm 18 years old. When my mother passed away, I was just a little girl. I remember my dad sitting us down. Oh, he got all the kids up there singing their stories. They all just saying one word and short stuff. He speaks with a clear mind. They just up there just saying one sentence. I couldn't be the judge because I'd be like, I'm sorry that y'all have to come and deal with your daddy like this, but y'all daddy dumb. He booked a speaking engagement next week. King Combs, I hope you ain't just like your daddy, is you? Because that's not a good thing if you exactly like him. Because your daddy booked a speaking engagement next week. What the hell? What the hell? She cannot grow up fatherless. Let me tell you, yes, you can. They talking about they don't want the little girl grow up fathers. You want her to grow up doing what your daddy had other girls, ladies doing. See, that's what I don't like about them. You want your little girls and oh, we holy and everything. What about the other lady? The judge, I'm gonna take this under correct consideration. Thank y'all. Now they finna show the movie. They bought a movie and everything. The judge like, okay, that was cute. That was that. All right, 500 years. So it's 1 o'clock there. So it looks like we finna get that sentencing because the judges, they like, hey, read your stuff. Okay, thank you. That was nice. I'll consider that. Okay, read your stuff. My daddy was a good man and I loved him. Thank you. They all said one sentence. My daddy was a superhero. How old are you? Oh, my dad's a superhero. That's what the King Cole said. Dad's a superhero. Why he can't break out of jail? My daddy's made it a life goal to spread positive energy. Please give him mercy. He's the greatest in the world. He's my hero. And he will always be my hero. And he also taught me to treat women with respect. You think it's gonna make the judge reconsideration? Ain't no way. I'll be looking at them Creek kids crazy. Yeah, whatever. That's all nice, but he did other people's. Man, let me tell you something. You get up there talking about how nice your daddy is to you while your daddy dogging other people. Ain't nobody gonna honor that. Okay, so your daddy is a fraud, so he want to treat y'all nice while he treat other people's children. What? That would just piss me off. Oh, y'all is little angels and y'all is so special, but these other women ain't nothing. How your daddy teach you to respect women when he don't even respect them? Like what? He made some mistakes. He want to do better. Hmm. All they doing is making them think about the victims. It's making Diddy look worse. Like you want to treat yours like an angel and treat other people's like crap. You were disrespecting Casey's mother and father and all of this. Like you disrespect everybody. I can't stand people like Diddy. They disrespect everybody, but they kids and they stuff is the holy, and yours ain't nothing. Them the worst kind of people. He ain't got no respect for nobody, but he got all the respect for his. What if we pimped his little daughters? How would he like that if we strung them out? Doing to others as you had them do to you. So you love your little baby so much, but you don't love nobody else's children. All these people you abuse used to be somebody's children. That's somebody's relative. Them somebody's sons and daughters. Man, get your ass out of my courtroom. In my courtroom, that would just piss me off. The judge being nice because I wouldn't be nice. I'd be like, your daddy's a scumbag. Sit down. So I wouldn't be on the bench long. Your daddy treated y'all so nice. Too bad he didn't have that compassion for nobody else. But he don't want to disrespect the little kids because he got some cool. I wouldn't disrespect him either. I'd just be looking at him thinking, your daddy ain't shit, okay? But I wouldn't say that, but that's what I'd be thinking. Your daddy is a low life scum bucket. And some people say that's why y'all mama not here. Some people say y'all daddy unalived y'all mama. But I know y'all don't know all that part. Because some people say the reason all you got is your daddy is because of your daddy. Okay? You up there talking about your daddy, your superhero. Yeah, your daddy is Captain Choke your mama, But whatever. Boy, they say your daddy the reason your mama not here. If you don't sit your ass down, your daddy's a what? You know what I'm saying? That would just piss me off, especially if I knew what they say about their mama and they talk about how great their daddy is and they don't got no idea. That would make me look at him as more as a monster. So allegedly you did all this to their mama. You beat their mama up a lot. And you got them thinking you the greatest man in the world after you constantly abused their mama, the whole relationship. Really? You done brainwash these kids. Even got Al B. Sure's son that is some rumors about that situation. Because what I heard about Kim, I heard something different than what they said. How she got sick and what was going on and all of that. Even the way he got with her and what he was doing to her when she first dated him. Y'all ain't heard about all that. It was brutal. It was the same thing he doing to Casey. He did to her when he met her. All type of foul stuff. That's why they trying to say that book ain't real. They trying to say that Kim's book, right? But have y'all heard that book? Have y'all heard the voice of that book? You know, where you can listen to it. Have y'all heard that book? It's brutal. You really won't like him if you heard her book, her audio book. Some people say that ain't really her book. Y'all heard her audio book? Man, you will lock him up forever if you heard that. The man is a monster. Man, he did that lady real bad. Real bad. And they even allegedly, he the reason I'll be sure got sick. He the reason Heavy D, allegedly, this is what people saying, that people was getting poisoned allegedly, including Kim. They saying Diddy was poisoning people, allegedly. This is what the rumors are on the underground, that the man is extremely evil. This is what the word is on the underground. Now he ain't been sentenced yet. Y'all ain't heard about what he alleged to be done? Remember what he did to dude when dude shot the Nas and him on the cross and he said he want to be the cross? He put him on. Remember he went in there and beat that man up like that? Like he don't have no good reputation at all. Like none. They got the video. They're 8 minutes into the video. Be wrapping up soon. Get to the sentencing. Because I know the judge was like, yeah. Especially, a lot of lawyers and stuff and judges like that, they're going to look at all that information I'm talking about. They're going to do their own background investigation on you. Trust me. People are still going to be people. And that judge is going to look into Kim, her passing, all of that. He going to go find out everything you find out about this man. Trust me. And that judge know more than what he gonna say in that courtroom, because those judges and people like that, they read a lot. He ain't getting no time yet. That audio book is horrible, Michael. Even what it say about the person that they say is Snoop. It's it's like, whoa. Sometimes Yeah, he definitely, you know what I'm saying? I already know what he owned though. I already know. I already know what he owned. Like, you know what I'm saying? I already know he into the occult and all that. That he dark. The way he move is like that. Like he don't move in no type of righteousness in a way like that. You can see certain things and you know what you're looking at. You know what I'm saying? You know what you're looking at when you look at certain things. You know what you're looking at. You just kind of try to play it off, like you know what I'm saying. But you know what you're looking at when you look at certain things. You know what's going on. You could see the mannerisms. You could see, especially men, how they carry themselves. You know what I'm saying? So you know what you're looking at. You know what I mean? So you know this dude got a secret life. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? You can tell when people live in two different lives and giving two different, you know what I'm saying? And then you can see who they associate with and put two and two together. It ain't that hard. You know what I'm saying? Look how dude looking at him. You know what I'm saying? See, if you don't give it away, the people with you gonna give it away. You know what I'm saying? If you don't give it away, the people that's with you gonna give it away. You know, there's certain things I ain't gonna talk about, but you know, you do your own research and you'll know what you know what I'm saying. You'll know what's really up, right? You gotta do your own research. I could go into details, but I'm not teaser tales, so I ain't you know what I'm saying doing all that. I can tell you for sure. Oh, they just took a lunch break. We finna be here forever. You know what I'm saying? You can see, you know what I'm saying? Certain situations. You can see guilty by association. Yeah, the judge called a lunch break. So, you know, you can see what's going on. It's so dark in in that world. You know what I'm saying? It's dark. You know what I'm saying? It's dark. You know what I mean? You get around those type of situations and you can pick up on the vibe. You know what I'm saying? Now a lot of times, if you're not a participant, they'll shut down. Like you ever been to an event and there's some people there and it just looked like they just like kind of shut down. Everybody's just kind of still and it almost looked like they paused. You can't pick up on it, but they put off a vibe like they waiting for something. And they waiting for you to leave. They're waiting for you to leave. And it just, it might be like a party type environment or socializer, and you could just feel everybody feel. All the people feel like they just like in some type of pause. You know what I'm saying? Type vibe. And you can pick up on, but you don't know what it is. It's like you sense it, but you don't really pay no attention to it. It's not until you really get into knowledge later that you be like, that's what that was all about. In some cases, you go to parties and it's a section where people be going, right? So, like, it's a party, somebody having a party, and you in the living room and stuff, and you keep seeing people dipping off and coming back. It's like, where they dipping off to? You know what I mean? But you don't be paying no attention that people be leaving and coming back and leaving and coming back. And you don't really pay a lot of attention to it. They be going to other rooms doing stuff while you there, and you got no clue what you around. You know, you could be around stuff you have no clue. A lot of times, if you don't show no signs, they won't show you. You have to show some type of signs to let them know. You know what I mean? You have to show type of sign that you with what they own. If they don't see no signs that you with what they own, they'll keep it hid and keep you in the dark. You have no idea what's going on. You could be around some real, like, dark type situations. You have no idea. You had no idea. You don't even have no idea what's going on. That just the crowd. You don't even know this crowd is anything like this. That's why you got to really be careful who you hang out around. It's like you ever see a vampire picture movie. All right, so a vampire bite me, right? So after a while, I turn to a vampire. So what do? I go bite somebody. That's what it be like. These people get turned out, and then they go out and do what? Turn out people, and it just spreads. They go spread what they was in around. It's crazy that you say the Trump administration has been out to target that because Trump was into that. Trump is on that. I just let a lady hear some videos of Trump. There's videos of Trump that Trump is the abomination. There's videos of Trump. Trump is faking because there's videos of Trump saying some crazy stuff, like when he had the teen. You know what I'm saying? Like when he had the teen pageant, and he said he went in there to look at them undressed, and that was his obligation to look at these little girls on when they wasn't dressed yet. Or the little girl going up to balance, they say, I'm gonna be dating her in 10 years and all that. Trump is the abomination. This is a fact. He just ain't got the same kind of drive now, so he ain't gonna be doing all that because he older. But go look at the young Trump. He ain't righteous none. Ain't nothing righteous about dude. He with that stuff too. I ain't even getting into that with him and his wife and what they done did with him. He done been compromised. I believe Russia got like video footage of him. That's a whole nother story. For another day. But he ain't innocent. He ain't innocent at all. You can believe that. You know what I'm saying? I could go into that. I could. If I don't need boy. I can go into that and blow your mind with the information on that. Like with this thing with Diddy, like it be everywhere. Like when I grew up and when I was young, right? Like 20, 19, 20, 21, like that. Well, really 18, 19, 20. And I used to go to these parties, and these parties posed as regular parties, but they really wasn't. You know what I'm saying? So they used to have these parties. This when I was younger, and they had them. They seemed like regular parties, but they wasn't. And if you didn't know what to look for because you young, you wouldn't see the dark side of the party. But the parties wasn't what they seemed like, and everybody wasn't what you thought. So like a dude would come to the party with two women and you thought he was a player. Them women don't mess with him, them women mess with each other. You know what I'm saying? This when I was young, you know what I mean? it was like everybody that was at the party wasn't what you thought it was. And then they had these dudes. Like I worked at a book factory, there was this dude, and he used to have a perm, and he used to try to carry himself like a player to get men to pay attention to him, but he didn't like women. So he carried himself like he was a player for the women, but that was to attract the men's attention. Facts. But he carried, if you was a young man, you thinking this dude is cool. He probably got all the ladies. He doing that to attract your attention. His name was Mike. And he used to be trying to act like he was a player, right? But if you got around him long enough, you see he wasn't masculine. He was trying to look, he was trying to do the masculine thing. All right, that's what's up, Mike. You know what I mean? I was young and I seen, I was like 18 and I peeped it. I said, this is a gimmick. Straight up. Like 18, 19, you'll be at a party, you'll be a bunch of regular brothers sisters at the party. Then about 12:30, a different crowd would start coming to the party. If when you young like that, you don't really know. When I started growing my dreadlocks, it was a friend of mine I went to school with and his cousin. And we used to be going to these parties. And like we would go to Amvets, we'd go stuff to buy clothes, so we'd be looking fresh. We go to the party. So sometimes they'd be like, man, we go there, hook up with me and the two brothers, and we'll go and we'll be shopping for clothes and getting clothes so we can go to these parties. Now I'm going to these parties, there's women at these parties. But I started growing dreadlocks and started getting into consciousness. So I stopped going. But then it got weird because they kept calling me, want me to go shopping. Right? And I started picking up on it. Cause it got weird. Like I don't be shopping with no men. Like we went shopping one time, but this ain't nothing we finna be doing. You know what I'm saying? I started looking at my friend's cousin and I'm like, oh, you know what I'm saying? You trying to be around the men. So it be people doing all type of stuff, and it be people doing all kind of dark magic. They be spiking people's stuff. It's what Diddy and them was doing. Put stuff in your drink, put stuff in the punch bowl. You know what I mean? And you drinking that punch. Next thing you know, you passed out in this place. So what? You know what I'm saying? You might wake up in a strange situation. I started peeping that when I was like 18, 19. I was like, oh, okay, this ain't what it looked like. And then I remember I would go to these parties, right? And there was these fine older women there. And I'm like 19, 20. You're supposed to be 24 and older, but they would let me in sometimes. And there was these really beautiful older women. And your hormones is racing. So you looking at these women, you thinking, you wish you could talk to one of these women. So one day they had a flyer to go to the picnic. So I want to go to the picnic because I want to be in this crowd. But when I get to the picnic, listen, man, this was like some vampire stuff. Because when you go to the party, it's at a convention, it's at a hotel in the ballroom. They used to rent the ballroom and had these big parties. So the lights is down, all that. These women look extremely beautiful. But when I went to the picnic in the daytime, they was old. I think some of them didn't have they wedding ring on. You could see the ring finger. You could see the wrinkles on their legs. You could see that these women might be 40. These women might be 50, 45, and they up in the party, and I'm 19, 20, trying to holler at them because I can't see them at night. But when I see them, it's just like vampires. But when I see them in the day, they look, I'm like, oh, they could be my mama. But you couldn't tell at night. Like some vampire stuff. Then there was these dudes, like it was dudes, and they would come and they would be the coolest dudes, and all the ladies like them, and they hug all the ladies, but they never be with a lady because they don't really like ladies. This was before all of this was acceptable. So I'm saying all that. I'm not saying no anti-LGBTQ stuff, but I'm saying the same way somebody could be on the down low with that, they could be on the down low with like witchcraft and evil stuff. You see what I'm saying? That'd be on the down low too. And they got the song, "You the one and the object of the devil. Do you want to get funky with me?" I'm like, why they keep talking about the devil? You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of that stuff be on the occult side. It just don't be freaky. It be demonic. You understand? It just don't be just that. Like that stuff Diddy was doing, that just wasn't freaky. That was dark stuff. That was occult stuff he was doing. Trust me. You know what I mean? Look, everybody outside is a big sign. They out there standing up for Diddy because he black. Somebody up there with the sign later for the FBI. All the nuts is out. It look like I see the Cookie Monster out there from Sesame Street. I see somebody in a red costume. You know what I'm saying? So like a lot of times them parties and stuff like that, you think they doing like some way out sexual stuff, but they really doing black magic. It's like some whole other stuff. It ain't what you think it is. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, rituals. Yeah, dark. You know what I'm saying? And they be reading books. You wouldn't know what they be studying, but they be studying this stuff, and you have no idea they into none of that. And that's where them substances come in from, where they end up addicted because these substances is a part of witchcraft. Them witches would rub that stuff on their skin and think they flying. So when you see the witch flying with the broom between her legs, she thinks she flying. And what do the broom really mean? What's she really doing with the broom? See what I'm saying? It's all symbolism, like she's sitting on the broom, right? You see what I'm saying? For real, it's more to that. It's more to that woman sitting on the broom stuff. Yeah, yeah, because when you had the hippies out there with the peace and love, they put the Satanism out there to try to turn them dark. That's when they start. Because remember, they had the rock bands and they was like, love, love, love. And they wanted to get rid of that positive energy. So they started bringing out bands like Blue Oyster Cult, AC/DC, Black Sabbath with the heavy metal, right? And the dark side of rock and roll. And they totally erased the peace, love, and flower side with the Led Zeppelin, Blue Oyster Cult, AC/DC, which means Antichrist, Devil Child. And they took them and replaced the peace and love and flower with the dark spikes and Antichrist music. They do it every time. They'll infiltrate the art form with the dark side of the art form. And you'll be at a party with somebody that's total opposite of your whole way of thinking. You don't even know they there with you. See, all that stuff, everything Diddy was doing, that was witchcraft. He knew it, but they didn't know it. No, that's real stuff. I had a teacher taught us about that. No, they was not just, they was doing stuff with the broom. And they was rubbing this stuff on them and it make them think they could fly. It's a real stuff that, you know what I'm saying? I got to be careful what I say over here, but look it up. The horoscope and all that stuff is dark. All that stuff on the dark side. Anytime you believe you can look and you think that you coordinated with some planets that somebody drew that ain't really there, the horoscope not real. Somebody drew that. Them stars don't make that. You could draw anything out of them stars. Just think about that. Somebody take some stars and draw some and say that's your sign. But when you look at the stars, you don't see that. Somebody drew that in there. If you're an artist, you could draw anything from them stars. So over here, they draw that. When you go to China, they draw on something else. They got the year of the bear, the year of the dog. You drawing Pisces, Aries, same stars, drawing two different things. That astrology not real. That's not real. That's witchcraft. That's witchcraft. There's no such thing as Pisces. Go in the sky and see if you see all you're gonna see is stars. You could draw anything. Who told you to draw that? Out them stars. Who told you that them stars draw that? You trying to say that God of the universe made them? That's what those stars represent, Libra and all that. You believe that? So somebody can draw a picture and tell you that's what that represents. That represents Aries, Taurus, and you believe it? Because the stars don't draw that. Somebody draw that. Somebody do that. Draw that. That's the Big Dipper. Who said? I can draw 20 things out the Big Dipper. Who said that's a dipper? Some God told him that? Think about it. Who told you that's Aries? Who told you that's Pisces? Who told you that's Cancer? Who drew that? Somebody drew that. And it wasn't God. So who drew that and told you these stars, you draw this with that, and that's your birthday? It's related to this fake picture. You know what I'm saying? That ain't even real. And you believe it. You believe you're Aries. You believe you're Aries. You believe you're a Pisces based on somebody said that's what you could draw out of that. You know, I have women all the time. What's your sign? I like the stop sign. Stop asking me that. Witchcraft. But that's what that is. And you tell everybody born in, we all the same. We all Capricorns. We the same because it's fake picture. If somebody decided to draw that, that's all they was. That's all Diddy was doing, using them substances and stuff to get people out there, man, and manipulate them with money and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Think that stuff not real. You go study that stuff, you'll see it's not real. It's something somebody made up, and then make everybody believe. People believe that. They be like, "You a Sagittarius? Yeah, Sagittarius. And you really believe that?" And then they just draw it, and you say, "Oh yeah." No background check. No, you got no history on it. You don't know nothing about it. You just born. They tell you a Cancer. You a Taurus. You just believe it with no nothing. You know what I'm saying? That's witchcraft. Then they can tell you Libras is like this, Cancers is like this. You could be a Pisces. They say, "What are you?" You be like, "I'm a Taurus." I knew you was a Taurus. I bet you did. I'm a fake picture that somebody drew. Somebody took some stars and decided I'm gonna draw this like this. And any artist can draw how many pictures out them stars? Unbelievable. Crazy. They real big on that in Hollywood and music. That's why Diddy, that's what's going on with Diddy, the music industry. They're real big on that dark side. That's why Diddy in trouble. He let the dark side get him. And witchcraft. You see the pharmaceutical sign, you see the two snakes. That's witchcraft. You see the medical symbol with the two snakes wrapped around? That's witchcraft. Since when are snakes positive? Two snakes. That's the medical symbol. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Facts. So it's in Chicago. It's 1:45. They'll probably be back in court in a minute. It's not going to be too much longer before we're going to get to the verdict. The verdict is not going to be what these people want to hear. They're going to be tripping out there because they're going to slam Diddy. And you're going to get all these uninformed people out there looking bad, talking about they doing him wrong, they should have let him go and all that. Because it wasn't their relatives he was doing all that to. It's crazy. There's a lot of people out there. There's somewhere to be. There's a lot of people out there because it's the place to be. And we working our way through it. We 5 hours in the live stream. Good to see everybody here. Positive energy all the time. You know what it is. Make a donation, support the channel. Yeah, they don't be really understanding what they be doing, bro. So they don't really understand it. You know, they don't have no concept of what they really be doing. So they just be doing it. They, people don't really have no concept of what they be doing. So that's why they be doing it. But a lot of it is in the liquor. Like if you look at the liquor, you'll see symbolism on the bottles. You know what I'm saying? If you look at the liquor, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? But you gotta know what you're looking at. You know what I'm saying? If you don't know what you're looking at, you never know what you're really drinking and what they trying to push on you. You know what I'm saying? Get the book called Subliminal Seduction. And subliminal seduction I'll put you up on some of that. There's a book called Subliminal Seduction. You know what I mean? Get that book, Subliminal Seduction. It'll put you up on some stuff. But they got all type of symbolism that they be giving you that be on the dark side. You know what I'm saying? For real. You really got to look at what you're consuming and what you're doing. But get the book Subliminal Seduction, and you'll see. They just ain't got that stuff on there for nothing. I mean, they ain't got that stuff for nothing. Real talk. They ain't got it on there for nothing. Trust me what I'm telling you. What this mean? You know what I'm saying? What this got to do with having a drink? You tell me. You feel me? So these people out here waiting for the verdict, they gonna slam him though. It's gonna be a long, crazy night. So we gonna see what's up. It's about to be a crazy long. It's almost 2 o'clock in New York. It's almost 1 o'clock in Chicago. Court probably out at 4. So this next 2 hours is going down. So they said they'll be back around 2:15, and it's gonna go crazy. And they gonna sentence Diddy, and it's gonna be a wild night. And we've seen it. I covered it for you live, putting in the work for the people. Yeah, the Hennessy bottle too. Yep, yep, yep. The Hennessy bottle too with the hatchet. Yep, same thing. A whole bunch of them. They trying to wipe out any type of morality, and if they got morality, they want to make it like some kind of weird religious morality, right? Like morality don't have to be religious, but they make morality religious so they could sell you the religious ideology rather than because you could just be a decent person. Why you got to be religious, right? You could be a decent person. Why they got to be have anything to do with religion? Why do I need religion to tell me don't steal from you? Why do I need religion to tell me don't unalive you? You don't need religion for that. That could just be basic way humans live. But the religion is thrown in there to get you into the occult. Think about it. You go to church, they're talking about take, drink the blood of Christ. Take, eat the body of Christ. What does that sound like? They taking you, telling you to drink the blood of Christ and eat the body of Christ. Just like that. Just, I'm telling you. What that sound like? You know what I mean? So this is a long marathon. It's 146 people over here. Positive energy all the time. We are over here watching the Diddy trial. Crazy situation. Crazy situation. Make sure you support the channel, right? Check it out. I hope they don't drag this out to Monday. They talking about the sentencing could go into Monday. Yeah, Punisher pushing his book. Yeah, see. And his name is Punisher. So that just show you how negative he is. Because at what point is making love to somebody punishing them? The Punisher. Because they got three more people got to talk and they thinking they're going to run out of time before 4 o'clock. They don't know if they can get three people in them 2 hours. He said sometimes they go to 3, sometimes they go to 5:30. So he said, why would you wait till Monday? So yeah, The judge should just let him stay in there and give the sentence. Stay till 5:30 and sentence him, man. Somebody want to wait till Monday? All this stuff they did today, they should have did yesterday. They just, you know what I'm saying? What kind of, they could have did this yesterday. They could have came today and did the verdict. Like that don't make no sense. And a lot of this stuff they doing is waste of time. It don't take all that. You already had the trial. Is he innocent or guilty? What do you need all this for? It's overkill. There's a bunch of people out there. Crazy. They're gonna be finished with the break in a minute, and we're gonna get it popping. They said the majority of people think he's gonna get 6 to 10 years. Now he ain't getting no 14 months. Yeah, if he pissed the judge off, he gonna be messed up. No doubt. The judge got his mind made up. He looking at 7 or 8 years. But with Diddy booking to speak, that might go up to 9 to 10 years. I say 20 years is high, but I could see him getting 20 years because how much years could you get for ruining people's lives or doing all that when you got that kind of money? If they throw the book at you, what could you say? You out here doing some foul stuff. You know what I'm saying? The judge say he ain't had no remorse or nothing. That's not gonna work on his in his favor. None. You know what I'm saying? They say the poll, most people saying 6 to 10. I agree. He's saying Diddy gonna appeal it no matter what. He say he think the judge gonna go 11. Oh, he don't. He said he don't, Tim. And I'm listening to JLR. Crazy. Yeah, we still waiting for lunch to be over. We got about another 7 minutes. If he would have got to Rico, he would have definitely got life. He ain't getting nothing yet. They at lunch. They at lunch. He won't be sentenced for probably about another hour or two. They still got some people got to talk after lunch. If he appeal it, they'll go through all this thinking about it and looking at it and all that. But as far as the appeal working, I don't know. Did they offer him like a 15-year deal? I don't know. I don't never heard of them offering him nothing. I'm not sure. Nobody said nothing. His lawyers would know though if they offered him something. Then again, sometime he might not have never put himself in a position to even want to hear an offer. Like if you just gonna go fight it, they ain't gonna offer you nothing. But I don't know. At one time they were trying to offer him 15 years. Oh, okay. Maybe so. I put that goddamn oregano oil on my head. That shit burn my skin. It was like some oil that had oregano oil in it. It burnt my skin. That shit, I slept and that shit ran down on my face and still burned my skin. I don't want to come back Monday either. He said he hope they wrap it up. Now I don't want to come back either. Get this over with. You know what I'm saying? He said people got that crazy. Somebody got arrested. Because they're about to get started. Let's take a little break and we'll be right here getting it popping again. Make sure you support the channel. Okay, they're back. Steel is talking. The afternoon session is back happening. Here we go.
All right, so let me came back in and all together. Okay, public speaker. I am honored to practice in this majestic courthouse. I sit here with tears in my eyes. I know you are here. Sean has impacted America in such a powerful way.
Still said Sean has impacted America in some majestic courthouse. I sit here with tears in my eyes. I can't believe we're here. Sean has impacted America in such a positive manner. What a bunch of hogwash.
I am honored to practice in this majestic courthouse. This moment is sacred and monumental. Amen. Thank you, Lord. Chest.
You say the judge is worse, but here goes the thing. Is the judge the reason we here? Is the Diddy the reason we here? You know, that's Diddy fault he sitting in front of a judge. And how would you feel if Diddy did that to your daughter, Andre Davis? You would be cool with it? If you don't want to be in front of the judge, don't be acting crazy. You got to do a lot to get in front of the judge under a case like this. You just don't get in front of a judge for a case like this.
Most sincerely, having been convicted of 2 counts of the Mann Act.
He said, we have been convicted of 2 counts of the Mann Act.
Three,
He said, he said Puff Daddy was killed when he was 3. Mama had 3 jobs, moved to Mount Vernon. Mama had to live with 3 jobs. Same thing he did with Young Thug. If your mama had to work 3 jobs and was struggling, why would you abuse women if your mama raised you? See what I'm saying? It don't make no sense. Your mama raised you, so you grew up and you abuse women? Really?
you're right. But again, look, I appreciate you. As the sentencing hearing picks back up tonight's schedule, Sean returns to the microphone again and promises that justice is served and some truth is restored.
Heck yeah, Valley. Prosecutor and the judge. You don't want to deal with them under no circumstance.
Ferocious addiction.
Ferocious addiction. What's up, Eric? He blew a kiss to his mama. Trying to make it look like he respect women. Blow a kiss to your mama, but treat everybody else, mama and other people's daughter like trash. He's so full of it. Treating other women like the way his daddy treated his mama. Yeah, we've been going for a while. What do you think is the sentence? I stopped using them. I stopped using these, man. 'Cause they say these give you radiation. You know what I'm saying? I went back to the wire. He says Diddy goes to Howard, but he has another idea. He goes to work for a record company. He's in the studio with artists. His ear is better than everyone's. He works harder than anyone else. More trauma. His best friend is shot in L.A. in a drive-by shooting. So he's making up all these excuses. He's talking about Biggie probably. And that was not his best friend. That was his artist. Why is they lying? It resulted in trauma. Biggie was not his best friend. They was beefing. Sean is upset. He's been trying to break down Barry. He has his operation to get addicted to painkillers he's given. Yeah, he's been using them until 2024. So he's saying he had some kind of surgery and that's how he got on painkillers. He was medicated because his body was hurt. His emotions too. Okay. Still is so full of it. He's been clean since he's been in jail. On occasion, he would hit the woman he loved. This was still said. He would hit the woman he loved. Y'all believe that? He loved Miss Ventura. He said, I've been with Sean more than my family since I met her. He just said any old weirdo stuff. That's crazy. Heck no. When the play. Yeah, it's tripping. Steele is saying all kind of weird shit. They're saying, but the judge already said this is more than just a Mann Act, according to JLR. Still, still said you overcharged Diddy. That's what he's trying to say. Still's trying to say. Diddy got undercharged. If they say so. He said, still say he was there when Diddy prayed for healing for anybody he hurt. There are certain people that gain prestige if they hurt him. He said the guard stopped somebody with a shank from trying to hurt Diddy. You believe this? So now he trying to make it like, oh, he's dangerous. He's in danger in here. No, they gonna hurt him anyway because he been doing stuff to women, and that's a no-no. That's a no-no because he hurt women. You can't. You're gonna get it when you go to prison if you've been abusing women. Typically, unless you're such a monster that everybody's scared of you too. Crazy. He got bags of chips. He lives with 25 people in one room. There's a TV error, a supposed bed. He said there's drugs there, there's violence, the water polluted, you have to boil it. There's screams day and night. Okay, he in jail. He finna go to prison where it's gonna be different. That's crazy. So dude saying if that's the case, then let everybody out. Good boy. Right. You said, oh, it's so bad because Diddy got money. Because there's other dudes in there. So everybody should get out. He's saying how bad he is for Diddy. Because Diddy got money. That's not no good defense. There are screams day and night. This was Steele said. Right now, it looked like Steele and them just trying to stall it out for another day. It looked like they're trying to stall it out, talking a bunch of nonsense to push the sentence till Monday. They're gonna push this all the way till Monday. All this time for this, they ain't been saying really nothing. Like this is not doing nothing. Yeah, still just dragging it out. And it's taking them a long time before we talk again. Yeah, Rikers Island is most words. Why is it taking still so long to talk? Because it's taking her a long time to type it. Mm. I don't understand. Combs is so remorseful. They say it's bad, but Diddy got to eat chips out of a bag. Like, so what? Like, everybody eat chips out of a bag. What are you talking about? Still ain't talking about nothing. They're dragging this out, man. You already had a trial. What is all this? Talking about he been with Diddy more than his family. All that money still making. Hmm. Hmm. So we waiting on updates from whoever's in there typing.
Continuing an argument from trial courts, defense is linking these violence to a long-term addiction mania, starting at a medical operation in 2000.
They trying to say he had a medical operation and that's how he got on painkillers and that's what's wrong with him. It's crazy. That's what's wrong with him. Painkillers from back in 2000. Can you believe that?
Can't you see? Diddy, diddy, diddy. Can't you see? It's going to be.
Come on with the sentencing. Nobody.
Pharaoh El-Aton was probably was the unrivaled killer, rhino killer, New Yorker's rhino killer.
Okay.
The attorney said Combs was nearly stabbed while in custody. Sean is not the typical person in custody. Everyone else is a true cop for that. They get recognition if they are. Steele says Combs had slept 2 hours consecutively since he's been arrested.
They said still say he haven't slept more than 2 hours consecutively since he been arrested. I don't believe that.
But despite these suspicions, his lawyer says the worst part of being in custody is the separation from his family. He sometimes will tell them he's not going on up to here in the room.
Hmm.
He has a counselor.
Dang. He talking about he got. He say he talking about he got a family and all of that, and it's like, bro, everybody else had a family. You was mistreated.
He has a family.
Well, exactly.
For a decade.
You doing this stuff to people for over a decade. And he talk about his family.
Steele goes on to say some media, even with like media outlets, not media, some media outlets
He says some of the media, not all, who have written that Sean is an outcast, a leper. That is not true.
things I would only dream of doing.
He'll done things I would only dream of doing.
There's a man close to his home who described it.
What the hell? What the hell?
He can speak. He is my father. It's crazy. How truth shocks.
You say 3 to 5? If your daughter was one of them women, 5 rings. If your daughter was Cassie or one of them women, how much would you say? If that was your daughter.
He never said she was one of my wives. He said he loves women and saw some rhino killers. And he uses broads in the mail for sex workers.
He said life. I said he said life. Hell no. It's crazy.
Please speak about what's going on in your hands at the moment.
He can speak about drugs, about putting your hands on a woman. He can change people's lives. There is a man released to his home. He can speak. He is by the phone now. Yeah, she believed. Yeah, Biggie Mama believed that man had something to do with her son being unalive. Yeah, which he did. He took him out there. He benefited from that. They wasn't getting along, especially when he found out about Lil Kim's publishing. Still just in there wasting time filibustering, saying a bunch of weirdo stuff.
Still continues to believe the CNN wants to go into business, wants businesses are gone, and so is his money.
See, all Sean's businesses is gone, and so is his money.
Lawsuits.
He's got hundreds of lawsuits, most of which are frivolous, but he still got to pay attorney to fight the lawsuit.
Sean doesn't care about the money.
Sean doesn't care about the money. He wants to go home to his family.
Who among us would trade places with Sean Combs?
He said, I don't know who among us would trade places with Sean Cole. Like, none of us would go and want to do that crazy stuff he did. Like, still sound crazy.
Pharaoh El-Aton said
He said, who would want to change places with him? What do you mean, changing places when he was doing all that abuse? Or after he's caught for the abuse? That sounds crazy. The judge is not the judge is not gonna like what Steele's saying. Steele Steele is not gonna like that. Steele is not the judge is not gonna like what Steele is saying. What Steele is saying is nonsense. It's serious.
Diddy's charged
Good to see you, Big Zan. Z Man.
what's that?
I don't understand what the hell. I don't understand what the hell Steele talking about. He trying to make it like, oh, Diddy, nobody wants to change places with Diddy. And Diddy was filthy rich and got his ass locked up. Make it make some sense. Let me charge up my phone. I'll read it. Make it make some sense. Still sounding crazy. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't understanding nothing Still saying. They just dragging something out. What's going on, Big Z man? As you say, when these lawyers, when they just getting paid for sitting up there filibustering, still sound like the same thing he was saying for Young Thug. Crazy. It's like he's saying the same dang on thing. He don't know what to say. No, because it ain't nothing to say. Diddy done did too much crazy shit. How you gonna defend that? The man was filthy rich. and did all type of crazy stuff. How you gonna get sympathy for somebody that's rich and get themselves in trouble? Somebody make it make sense. How you gonna get sympathy for somebody that got all that money and get in trouble? Will somebody explain that to me? Because I don't understand that part. That's the part I don't understand. It's taking a little while for the lady to write, so I'm trying to read on my phone what she's writing in the courtroom. I'm watching JLR. He's doing a great job. Some of this stuff is crazy as hell. They wasted so much time, then they'll be appealing. That's why the court system is messed up now. For these people with money, everybody else can't even get no type of trial. They'll take one man and have 50,000 a year just because he got money, even though he's obviously and beyond obviously guilty. Like, make it make some sense. Make it make some sense. This was a voluntary encounter consented by two adults. I agree with Ms. Shapiro. This is issue preclusion, double jeopardy, a due process violation, is what they say. Whatever. Sounds like straight craziness to me. Yeah, he probably is angering the judge with all his nonsense. He ain't saying nothing making no sense. He ain't saying nothing making no sense. Still trying to make sure he set it up for appeal. Crazy. That's what Steele's good at, appeals though. So he's trying to make sure that even if Diddy gets sentenced, he can go and appeal it and trying to get him. It's almost 3 o'clock in New York. It's almost 2 o'clock in Chicago. I feel like they wasting. Uh, Dang, they saying he's saying JLR saying Diddy's defense just got him extra years in prison. I would believe that too. His defense is no good. And it's gonna piss the judge off. You 100% right, Auntie Punchy. All he doing is pissing the judge. All they doing is dragging it out and making the judge can't wait to sentence him. He say Puff is a civil rights leader. He called Diddy a civil rights leader. You believe this? He's he wants to get him 14 months, and he said Diddy is a civil rights leader. He said Diddy is a civil rights leader. He is a civil rights leader. Can you believe that nonsense? You gotta be kidding me, bruh. That's an insult. That still is insulting Black Americans, Foundation Black Americans, calling Diddy a civil rights leader. That's an insult. I ain't gonna lie. Now that's an insult. Still call Diddy a civil rights leader. How? What civil rights did he stand up for? You believe this, y'all? Still say Diddy is a civil rights leader. That's what he just said. He's a civil rights leader. How embarrassing. Yeah, that's an insult to civil rights leaders. That's an insult. That's an insult to civil rights leaders. Man, these people crazy. Let's take a break. Let's take a break. They saying a lot of people is in Twitter responding about Diddy being a civil rights leader. Like, are you kind of are you kidding me? What type of insult is that? See, still ain't it to me. Still not as good as attorney as they be saying he is. Okay, maybe down in Atlanta. That don't represent no civil rights leader. Say he gonna move. Sean gonna move down to Miami, be close to his mom, and then he's gonna be there to help the community. And he gonna be talking about how he gonna be trying to talk to us. His good ideas is bad by far. It's ridiculous, Michael. I swear to God, this is just. We can now hear from the Reverend. So the Reverend finna talk now. And then maybe Diddy and maybe the sentencer. I hope they don't push this. We got to go to 5 o'clock or 5:30. Get it over with. Let the Reverend get up there, say something quick. Diddy ain't gonna talk nothing but it for a minute. The judge can deliberate. The Reverend said, "I'll be personally responsible for seeing him rehabilitated." The Reverend said. He said, "I'll close with this," and quoted Michael Jordan. "I'll be personally responsible for seeing him rehabilitated. As Michael Jordan said, these sneakers are just sneakers. But when my son puts them on, Sean needs an opportunity." What? What? The Reverend is finished already. The Reverend talked for 1 second. What the hell? One of you should mention Michael Jordan, sir. We were just talking about him. The Reverend just got out there and said, "I'll be responsible for him," said something, that's it. They said Brian still think this is amateur night to Apollo. He ain't that good of attorney like what they were saying. They saying this the Reverend T.D. Jakes. Hell, dog. This shit is crazy. They brought the Reverend on for a second. Just wasting time. Just, I wish I could see the judge's face. He looking at them like, this is, do your time and then gonna make a difference. I don't know what he gonna tell him. But he ain't no civil rights leader. That's an insult. They just saying anything. They ain't even saying nothing to make no sense. Seriously. They just up there just Steele was just babbling. They just saying anything. What's up, Olin? Man, hurry up and get Diddy up there to say what he gonna say and sentence. What is we doing? They just I don't see how none of this I don't see how none of this is helping Diddy. What the Reverend said, what his children said, all that stuff was just babble. I ain't gonna lie. What Steele said, I didn't hear nothing that helps Diddy at all. Let Diddy say what he gonna say and sentence. Enough is enough. Okay? None of this is helping nothing. It's just a waste of taxpayers' dollar and money. Reverend, you have been very honorable in this court. It's been a long day, but I think it's been worth it. I want the record to be clear that Mr. Combs is not a pimp. Why was he pimp slapping women then if he ain't no pimp? Man, listen, these people, they just up there just saying anything. He don't got no defense. You know what I mean? Auntie punch you. We don't have no defense. He don't have no defense. They just up there filibustering. If I was a judge, I'd be like, listen, this is all a waste of time. You all is filibustering. Uh, Mr. Sean, do you and Sean Combs, do you have anything to say so we can move on with this? Because I've heard nothing that changes my opinion at this point. And for the record, I've heard nothing that sounds anything like a civil rights leader, and I find that to be insulting. That's what I would say if I was a judge. Not accepting responsibility. It's ridiculous. A waste of time. This did not take them all day. This could have been done in about 3, 4 hours. This should have been done. They just in there wasting people's money. Crazy. Lock his ass up and let's move on. He said he's not a pimp. The Reverend said give Sean to them, but he'll be rehabilitated when they bring him back. They just mm, the Reverend say, I never seen the sentencing this long either. This is a bunch of nonsense. This what happened because he got money, so they could just pay the. I mean, this is nonsense. The man is an idiot, did a bunch of crazy stuff, got caught, sentenced him, and let's move on. It's ridiculous. That's why we can't get nothing done in this country because the rich people block up everything with nonsense. If you was there, they would have been slammed you months ago. You never would have got no trial. If, it's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Mm-mm-mm. Craziness. I tell you, I ain't never seen no bunch of foolishness like this in my life. That's why we can't get nothing done. Wasting all this time for a trial. A bunch of wasted time, wasted time. Why? Just because he got money? Here in the SDC, we've had U.S. senators prosecuted here. I dare anyone to say anyone else in the past 30 years did what he did in the MDC. The true Sean Combs came back. So he incarcerated, he did all this great stuff in there. So he did all this great stuff, yet they saying it was horrible. They say he ain't had no sleep. He eating chips out of bag. It's horrible, but he did great stuff. But it's horrible, but he did. Mm, tell him go and do this and do that so we can use this. Yeah, the lawyers told him go do some community service and we'll use it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Give some charitable stuff. Do something. Exactly. 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 Mm-hmm. They told him to go do that phony shit. That's gonna make up for you mistreating women and doing all that. So you can go do all this demonic stuff and then go do some angelic stuff. Crazy. That's why people ain't got no respect for the justice system. Ridiculous. Nonsense. So the preacher's just up just filibustering. Who's the real Sean Combs? Crazy, man. The true Sean Combs? Come on, man. They just letting them people just run the clock out. That's what it looked like to me. It just looked like they just like playing, like they not saying nothing. Downstairs, I spoke to the chief of police in Miami. I spoke to the super. It's crazy. I spoke to the chief of police in Miami. I spoke to the superintendent of education in Miami. Everyone said this is something different. Just just saying anything. Did he pay? Had somebody bring them some money? How much money he give that preacher to get up there and say that? See, that's why the system ain't no good. He paying people to just say anything. You know he paid that man. That man ain't coming up there speaking for him without no money. I said, let me close with this. People like me are supposed to be here to show that we can do it. Get the hell out of here. Crazy. Just saying anything. They didn't even prepare, like Steele, the minister, nobody. Nobody was prepared. Attorney Mark is next. They just filibustering right now. We have a speaker ready to say these are not speaking engagements. The executive director of reentries, one. Giovanni finna speak. I said 1 minute is fine. They just the judge sick of them. Say 1 minute. The judge is ready to give his sentencing. He's sick of this. Tell the judge is sick of them. Yeah, he tired. Everybody tired. Nobody want to keep hearing that bullshit. They ain't saying nothing that's helping this Diddy now. They just talking. The judge say you got 1 minute, and it take him 5 minutes to get up there. That's ridiculous. Or maybe it's the lady. Just a bunch of nonsense. Diddy did all this bad stuff, and now they up there trying to say something positive about it. Just nonsense. But if you was that positive, you wouldn't be in there. Like, make it make some sense. My name is Giovanni Chiaris for each one. We serve a couple of hundred people per year. I have read the letter by the teaching and mentorship of Mr. Sean Combs. He says, a formerly incarcerated person myself, I see the impact. Zoo, go sit down. It's like everybody juicing Diddy for money. That's what it looked like to me. Everybody's like, hey, pay me, I'll say something. I want to know how much he paying these people to say this shit. Because it's clear he getting paid. Court is not over till 5, and it's 3:30 almost. But then Diddy got to speak. They gonna let Diddy get up there and waste another hour. You know, they taking hours to say nothing. Watch when this guy finish talking and it's Diddy turn. Watch how long it take for Diddy to get up there and say what he gonna say and leave. You know what I'm saying? Now, they might be moving quicker than we see because we waiting on somebody to type what they saying. When a person creates his own program while incarcerated, it shows something I know. I've done it. Not even a parking ticket since, he said. And that's what Giovanni said. That's what he's saying. That he went and created a program and now he's not getting in no trouble. I work at probation. I speak at many different functions with the private prison operator that we work with. That's what this Giovanni guy is saying. And what makes his testimony so legitimate is just anybody. Said Diddy clutches his head in his hands during disastrous sentencing. Yes, disastrous. They just reaching for straws. This is going nowhere. And it's got to be pissing the judge off. Seriously. Just dragging out the inevitable. Ridiculous. This man that threw his life away, and y'all just trying to buy him time before they ship him off to prison. And it's really over with. You know what I'm saying? It's really over with. It's just ridiculous at this point. It's over with. I work with probation. I speak in many different functions with the private center, the private prison operator that we work with. This is what this Giovanni is saying. You know what I'm saying? But he ain't saying nothing. It's like they just dug up anybody to try to get up there. They couldn't find nobody. And it's like, we need somebody to speak on his benefit. And it's just like they just picked anybody. Okay, you, like that. Because Steele didn't say nothing to make no sense. The preacher didn't say nothing to make no sense. This guy ain't saying nothing to make no sense. Nobody's really saying nothing to help him because the stuff he did is so egregious. What could you say? You know? How you gonna talk over all that shit he did to all them people? Like how you gonna talk over that? When he had dudes coming doing crazy stuff, he had women doing crazy stuff. Now you got somebody like talking, saying what? You know what I'm saying? Really just making it worse. They could have just had Diddy stand up before lunch and tell the judge, Your Honor, I was out of line. I had some drug problems. I got carried away from myself, and I hope you can show me some mercy. You know what I'm saying? And I'm willing to do whatever I could do to try to help other people and to use my money and my, you know, status to make a change. And I'd really like to get back to my family. That's it. I done got here and messed my life up. And I want to fix my life. And I'm sorry. That's it. I won't take responsibility. I am sorry. You know, now that I've been out here and I'm clean, I'm thinking I'm looking crazy. I'm thinking everything I did was crazy. You know, just come straight out, honest, get it over with, and keep it moving. The Daily Mail sketch of Diddy. Let me see. Oh yeah, I see it. With him holding his head. Yeah, I see it. Damn. Damn. Hell no. Oh wow. Oh wow. Damn. They got him holding his head looking crazy. Wow. I know, Michael, this is ridiculous. Auntie Punch, that stuff look crazy. He looked crazy. It's just taking so long for them to just get on with it, you know? It's just taking so long. It's like, come on, y'all. I mean, seriously. Doctors found that Sean had PTSD. He grew up without a father. His father was murdered when he was a baby. This is and somebody else saying something. They ain't saying nothing. The family didn't tell him how his father died, but he picked it up from the street. He gave a commencement address in Power at 2014. Man, listen, this is just a whole bunch of foolishness. I ain't gonna lie. Just saying any old thing. Like after you done did so much, if you after you done did so much crazy stuff, what can you say? You can't go back and fix that crazy stuff you did, bro. You were doing crazy, bro. You crazy. What can you say to fix that? Somebody make it make some sense. It's like this is not gonna help him none. I don't see how any of this is going to get him any sympathy. This is going to take away any sympathy. The judge is not stupid. He's just looking like, now you in trouble. Now you phony. He gonna look phony. Man, you booked a speaking engagement before this is over. He said, you think it's wise for Diddy to speak for mercy? Heck yeah. He better. Man, he can't get no worse. Might as well say something. The man already got his idea of how much time he gonna give you. What a lot of times the way you make it look bad, the way you fix it, Michael, is just admit it. That's how you do. Your Honor, I messed up. I had everything and I threw it away. And drugs had something to do with it, but mainly it got something to do with me just not really thinking and being responsible. And I done ruined my whole life. And I'm just asking you to give me some kind of break so I could not be locked up no long time so I can get out here and make some changes. You got to just go and just kick it straight. Because sometimes when you just kick it straight, the judge be like, you know what? At least you was honest. I was going to give you 7. I give you 4. I give you 5. See what I'm saying? Honesty is the best policy. The judge say 5 more minutes. Then Miss Slavic and Mr. Cone, the last word. So the judge is looking at the clock. The judge is on the clock. 5 more minutes, you, and then I'm making my decision. We got to get out of here. The judge, oh, he finna be sentenced. The judge is like, listen, 5 more minutes for you. Sean talk. I'm ready to make my decision. You gotta listen. It come to the point where people say throw the mercy to the court, but it come to the point where not just throw your mercy on the court. Go and tell them the truth about how you feel. That's what he need to do. Listen, Your Honor, this has been a mess. I got my family in here. I done messed everything up. I was on top of the world. And I got out here high and sloppy. And this is a mess. You know what I'm saying? I don't even know what to tell you, Your Honor. I done sat here now. I'm like a different person. I'd have to sit here and look back at how horrible I've been. you know. And you just, in other words, he don't have to have nothing to say in particular. All he got to do is say what he thinking, whatever it is. Whatever it is, he can't say what he think the judge want to hear. He got to go and say what he think about what he did to his situation. That's what he got to do. He can't say, he can't speak to try to sway the judge or not. He got to stand in front of the judge and say, Your Honor, this is how I look at this. This is a mess. I done blew a whole lot of money. I done messed my whole self up. You know what I'm saying? Just go and tell them what you did to yourself. You know, don't nobody want to hear all that other stuff. He got to go tell them where he at now, how he looking at himself. How you looking at yourself? What did you do to yourself? That's what he got to do. He said, I'm sending Mark Angelo said, I'm asking you to release him today. He has been punished publicly. Everyone knows every twist and turn in this case. This is also the form of general deterrence, the publicity he got. Miss Ventura's lawsuit, it destroyed his businesses. That's not going to work. They saying he should get out. Wrong thing to say. Let the judge decide that. You're going to sit in there and say you think you should get out today. You sound crazy. They said this is one of the longest sentencing we've been on. He said we've been on for like 7 hours, 6 hours, all day long for some sentencing. For nothing. So they asked for Combs to get the last word before the sentence. Combs will speak. So he give a rebuttal. Some dude give a rebuttal before Combs speaks. I don't know what the. He suffered enough, they say. They say he suffered enough. No, he did. You mean he suffered enough? Yeah, he's desperate instead of sincere. You 100% correct. He's not coming off sincere. He's coming off like he's trying to snake his way out of it. You know what I'm saying? That's how he's coming off. Like he's trying to snake his way out of it again, and that's how they're going to look at him. Like you think we playing with you. You think you can keep talking your way out of this stuff you doing. Bro, that's not going to work no more. You've been constantly snaking. They're going to look at him like, you phony. Look, we are proposing mental health treatment, a domestic violence program, sometimes group program the best. October is Domestic Violence Awareness Month. I'm not asking for a light sentence. I'm asking for mental health, the root problem. That's what his lawyer saying. Agnifilo or whatever his name is. Now listen, they went too long to get any mercy from the judge. They went too long. They should have tried to wrap this up before lunch. I'm asking for mental health, the root problem. Yeah, you can get mental health in prison. Go to prison and get mental health. What you talking about? Get the hell out of here. It sounds like Diddy still think he's slick and still trying to scam. That's how it's coming off. It's coming off like you still trying to weasel your way out of stuff. That ain't coming off right. It ain't coming off right. It don't sound sincere. It's like this guy is trying to do the same thing he did to the women. Bro, I'm not them women. You can't fast talk me. That's how you tell women, I'm so sorry. I love you. Come back. It's the same scam. He ain't sorry worth a damn. Lock his goofy ass up and make him go sit down. Being sorry. He says, I think it's only fair for Judge for Combs to have the last word. He's saying, let him have the last word and hurry up and make it last and get him out of here. Because he lying, he ain't the truth ain't in him. And he'll say any damn thing. You know what I'm saying? You already showed you'll say anything. Come on, man. This is all nonsense, man. This dude is just saying anything. Oh, man, they tripping. They tripping. For real. Diddy tripping, man. Lock his ass up. Get it over with. It's like, bro, see, when you be weaseling your way through life, and then you get in trouble, then you get up there, you still look like you weaseling. You know what I'm saying? You still weaseling. You still. That's how the judge looking at it. Judge looking at him like, what you think I'm Cassie? You think I'm thinking I'm Jane Doe? You trying to run like you're a liar, sir. Man, listen. This man Diddy, he a fool. Slavic say pimps control their victims. That's what happens here. Yeah, major depressive disorder. He found in the microfilm there how his father. Okay, I'm going to sit down in 5 minutes. Then Miss Slavic and Mr. Combs, the last word. Man, listen, get your ass out of here. You're going to sit down in 5 minutes. Man, sit your ass down now. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to sit down in 5 minutes. This is, man, they just took that man money. This is like one of the worst defense. This is one of the worst defense. He suffered enough after he made everybody else suffer. Okay? Then this dude say, I'm gonna sit down in 5 minutes. What kind of defense that sound like? All right, I'm gonna sit down in 5 minutes. That means you ain't got nothing to say. Talk, bruh. Why you saying you gonna sit down in 5 minutes? You could be saying what you gonna say. Like you stalling. Spit it out or sit down. I'm gonna sit down in 5 minutes. Then Miss Slavic and Mr. Combs. Bruh, you wasted 1 minute saying you're gonna sit down in 5 minutes. It should be just 4 minutes left. They getting paid off of him and they didn't do nothing. And they robbing him and he going to prison. And they just up there, blah, 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 blah. You 100% correct. It was an easy payday. It's probably all part of the play. Man, it's ridiculous. This fool talking about he gonna sit down in 5 minutes. Then he gonna wait 5 minutes before he talk again, right? Because that was that how But then at the same time we gotta wait till she type it. So we behind. I be forgetting she gotta type it. So he probably talking now, but she gotta type it and then post it. Because we got Magnolia. Magnolia is the one typing it. So I forget. She gotta take it down. She probably writing it down, right? Then she probably going back and typing it in. You know what I mean? Because she probably can't type it while they talk. And so to make sure she get everything, she probably writing it all down so she can use shorthand or whatever. Then she going back into her Twitter account and typing it. So that's probably why it's delayed. So they further ahead than we are because we got to wait till she type it and post it on her Twitter. Then he reading it. That's what's going on. But the judge was like this: I'm slamming you, so go ahead. Because ain't none of this changing the judge right now. You know what I'm saying? Man, ain't none of this changing the judge mind right now. Come on. If anything, they pissing the judge off. Because there ain't nothing they saying worth nothing. Not that I can see. They ain't saying nothing, man. I'm going to tell you straight up. They ain't saying nothing, man. They ain't saying nothing. Nothing. Nothing, nothing, nothing. They saying nothing. Saying nothing worth nothing. The last, everything they said over the last 2 hours has been just trash. None of it helped him. None. Not that I could see. Just stalling out and wasting time. I don't see what none of this is helping nothing. It's making it worse. It's like, bro, you going to prison. So what you doing? And the defense, boy, you threw your money away. If this the way they gonna end your defense, and you pay for all them big time lawyers, and the way they talk and sound like 5-year-olds, like I do not see the money. Steele is like, well, I don't care. I'm just here for appeal, right? So he like, I don't care. You're not Jeffrey. You're not YSL. So I'm just here for your appeal. Then the people he got as lawyers, they just taking his money, to be honest with you. They just taking his money. That's what it looked like. Come on now. That shit is crazy. Back at 4 p.m. Is that what they just said? Wait a minute. You gotta be lying. I know you lying. Hold on. I done knocked over my. I know you lying. Back at 4 p.m. Are you lying? Boy, listen. They, boy. Are you kidding me? Yep. 56 seconds or whatever. Look, they saying Combe doesn't need to say a word. 5 more minutes. All right, let me take a break too. Let me. Man, let me take a break. We'll be right back. This has been one of the worst trials I have ever listened to. I kid you not. One of the worst. This has been one of the worst trials I have ever listened to from the beginning to the end. Just horrible. A lot of waste of time, horrible witnesses, testimony. Nothing makes no sense. And this man is beyond guilty and they just throwing money away. I seen no defense for his behavior. None. He just wasted money on defense because he did stupid stuff that's undefendable. You can't defend it. How you gonna defend that? Make it make some sense. Defend what? Bruh, you an idiot. You know what I'm saying? You threw your life away. You was doing crazy stuff. Like you was, I don't know. I don't know what the hell Diddy was trying to do. Trying to be a gangster that he's not. Okay? He should have been in prison with the Shine situation. Cause Shine got railroad. The lady said Diddy the one shot at her. And she seen the gun. It wasn't even Shine. Shine took that case for Diddy. Diddy been a fool. Diddy been trying to be a gangster and he's not. His daddy was a hustler, whatever. But Diddy been trying to be something that he is not. He is not a gangster. He's a buster, trying to pretend a gangster, end up on a bunch of substances, and end up doing weirdo stuff with men and women. And I think he's battling with his sexuality. Straight up. Straight up. He's been trying to be something that he not this whole time. Maybe his daddy had a street reputation and he just wanted to pretend he got it too. I don't know. What's wrong with that fool? Okay, it's 4 o'clock. He ain't gonna say shit. Oh, man, this some bull. A waste of time. All day. This was 2 hours worth of stuff. Good to see you, Alexis. This was 2 hours, 3 hours at the most worth of stuff. This was not no all day. This should have not have took no all day. Okay, they are not managing that court correctly. That judge ain't managing nothing because you should tell him move on with this. No, you come up and speak now. We're not waiting. Oh, Lexus, you didn't miss nothing. It was a whole big waste of time. Diddy's finna talk now. 34% of the people say he should get 6 to 10 years. 36% say 11. Some say 2 to 5 years. And The small amount of people say 14 months, but most people say 6 to 10, something like that.
Yes, you see the chat.
60% of the chat believe he's gonna get more than 10 years. I don't know what he's getting ready to say, Alexis.
The chat says why do legislators include victims in presentation?
Nobody mentioned the victim in their presentation. Only one of his attorneys mentioned Combs' victim. Still tried to say Cassie wanted to be treated like that.
Portray a very specific image of Cassie that giving victim and risk she that's what they did. Let's see if she answers that.
The lawyers look like they just took his money, and it looked like a situation, Alexis, where what he did was so horrible, they really don't know what to say to defend it. Like it's indefensible, and they just saying any old thing. Still just only trying to get a appeal, and the other attorneys look extremely weak. It's like he did too much. What we supposed to say? They ain't really saying nothing, and then they just dragging it out. They're supposed to be back in 5 minutes. Now it's 9 minutes. Still ain't nobody said nothing. It's just some nonsense. And the judge ain't running the courtroom and say, "Get up here and say what you gonna say, and let's get it over with." The judge ain't running the courtroom worth a damn. He letting them go too long. If it was me, I'd be like, "Listen, we're not doing all that. Get with it." But he probably don't want to do that, so they said it's a mistrial. He rushed us. He probably trying to make sure it ain't no mistrial. But it's a show, a bunch of nonsense. And it looked like his defense attorneys, yeah, are tired of him. Like he been bossing them around and he ain't been listening. Cause you know, Alexis, you know Diddy booked a speaking engagement next week. Alexis. Diddy booked a speaking engagement next week. I know when the judge heard that he was pissed. Like, bro, you not gonna even be free. That fool booked a speaking engagement next week before sentencing. You ever heard of something that's that crazy? I ain't never heard nothing that crazy in no kind of trial in my life. I almost wondered if I heard anything that crazy ever. I'm thinking I ain't never heard nothing that crazy in my life. He had a speaking engagement booked for next week. I ain't never heard of nothing like that before. I ain't never heard of nothing like that. They talking about we'll be back in a couple minutes. We should a comfort break. They talking, and he like comfort for what? I mean, the judge is whack.
Okay, so he took his
5 day speaking engagement. Mhm. One of the hardest thing I've had to handle has been having to be quiet. I apologize to Jay for bringing you into my mess. I'd like to apologize to all my victims of domestic violence. I know that discussing video triggered people. I was sick, sick from drugs. I need help. I needed help, but I didn't get the help. I knew better. My faith taught me better. I'm not a larger than life person. I'm just a human being. I'm trying my best. I lost my freedom and the opportunity to raise my children and be there for my mother. I lost all my businesses. I hate myself right now. I've been stripped down to nothing. I want to apologize to my 7 children. I'm so sorry. You deserve better. To my mother, I feel you taught me better. Sounds like bull to me. Sound like you still trying to run a con. Sound like the same person lied to them women. Same con. I let down my community. I wanted to show we could take care of our own problem. I got lost. A just booked a show. I'm not this bad person. Yes, you are. I'm sorry to my community. I let y'all down. People can change. I know I've changed. Boy, you a damn liar. This boy just lied just to be lying. This sound like some. This sound like a straight liar. Just saying anything. This do not sound legitimate. It sounds like he's saying what he thinks sound right. Boy, if you don't stop lying, boy, if you don't shut up and stop lying, sometimes you got to go through life experiences. These are not excuses. I can't change the past, but I could change the future. Bruh, if you don't shut up, you can almost write this yourself. You can already know what this guy gonna say. I beg your honor for mercy to be a father again, to be a son again, a leader in my community again, to get the help I need. You hear this boy? He's one of the biggest liars. He is so full of it. I don't want to let God down. Listen to this fool. I have no one to blame but myself. All of the cliches. I know I will never put my hands on another person again. He just saying whatever. This sound like some straight. Sound like he trying to think of what to say. It sound like some. I'm willing to comply with any conditions. He just want to go home. He lying. He lying. This same shot. Me sharing my story. It's not a scheme to get less time. This story is trash. You ain't shared nothing, bro. You got locked up. He tried to say he shared his story because he got locked up in front of it. And he called it sharing his story. He called a trial sharing his story. If Your Honor give me a chance to share my story, this has a positive impact. Thank you to the jury. This, yeah. You hear this here? Just like some you just pulling out. Watch the next stuff he gonna say. Your Honor gave me the confidence in the jury. He tried to believe that I did not have to testify. They sacrificed 8 weeks. I thank them for not guilty. He said, thanking the jury for not finding them guilty for the RICO.
This is what he said. When asked, Diddy, would you best help there?
I took full responsibility for my and act conviction. They want you to make an example out of me.
They want you to make an example of me.
You hear this fool? This man is crazy.
I want you to think about making an example of what a person can do if they get
I
another
want you to
chance.
think about making an example of what a person can do if they get another chance. Consider the beautiful children who spoke for me. He a real user till the day he died. You hear this?
No matter what anyone says,
No matter what anyone says,
I know that I am truly
I know
sorry.
that I am truly sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. I give him 100 years if he got there and said that shit to me.
Right. And what he said here,
This is the judge. This is what the judge is thinking. Boy, this is the judge.
we waiting.
Here we go. We waiting. This is it. Here go the sentence.
Stand by.
Stand by.
5 minute break.
5
I just said 5 minute break.
5 minute break.
Brother, take a minute, think. And he's like, okay, okay, 5 minute break, please. And the suspension doesn't go. 5 minute break until sentencing.
5 minute break till sentencing. Man, did y'all hear Diddy that nonsense he said? The same Diddy. This the same thing he said to the women every time he abused them. It's the same bull. If that judge cut him a break, that judge would be hated.
Here it is, danger. And that's what
Man, that was the.
okay. This young boy might consider himself a fool.
He doing this for appellate reason, they said the judge, so he could show he considered everything. He thought it through.
Judge thinks, what do you think? Any acceptance testimony? I thought it was interesting that he said, what do you think, sir?
That man is full of it. That sounded like straight bull. 12 years. You better be glad I ain't the judge. Bro, I was going to give you 8, but after hearing you, I'm going to give you 9. 8 for the trial and a year for getting on my nerves.
Judge rules great. All set to rest next trial date, November 14, 2026.
No matter what anyone says, I know I'm sorry. I'll never touch another person.
You're scared? You're not scared. You talk about everything about nobody but myself to blame.
I have nobody but myself to blame. All of that is the regular cliche.
I would never put my hands on another
I would
person
never
ever again.
put my hands on another person ever again. I have learned my lesson. Bro, no, you're not. You learn your lesson after you do these 8, 9 years. The judge gonna lock his goofy ass up. Ain't no way that judge like that. That judge listening to that and saying, "You didn't, you didn't, you didn't speak from your heart. All he talking about is what I lost. I lost this. I lost that. I did this and that. What he lost. I lost my business. Boy, you need to lose about 8 years. Boy, listen. They let that man. He give that man hardly no time, man. That'll be the biggest travesty ever, man. Lock that man up. That man ain't learned nothing. That man ain't learned nothing. And his kids ain't learned nothing. If you don't lock him up, his son's gonna be some fools too. My daddy a boss, man. He went in there, man. He just did it. Man, he did 2 years. He was right back out, man. See what I'm saying? Mm-mm. I hate myself right now. I've been stripped down to nothing. I want to apologize to my 7 children. I'm so sorry. You deserve better. To my mother, I feel taught me better. All that sound like, man, that sound like, man, that do not sound so sincere. That do not sound sincere at all. It just sound like he just was pulling up stuff, like cliches that people say. None of it sound like it was him. Domestic violence will always be a heavy burden that I will forever carry. What, man? What do that mean? Domestic violence will always be a heavy burden. I, I let down my community. I wanted to show that we could take care of our own problems. I got lost. What, bruh? What? How you try to show we can take care of our own community? By robbing all your artists, by making people go get cheesecake. Bro, you've been a scumbag from beginning to the end. Man, that judge better not go for that bullshit. Ain't no way if it's me. It ain't. He getting, boy, listen, I would really slam him. I would, listen. At first, I might have been thinking about 7 or 8, but after I heard that, oh, he getting 12. He getting no less than 10. He getting no. If he came to me with that, and I'm thinking maybe 7 or 8, I'm saying 10. 10 years. That's what he said. Sometimes you have to go through life experiences. What, man? These are not excuses. I can't change the past, but I can change the future. What, bruh? I beg your honor for mercy. You say getting 5 or less? Man, listen. If we get 5 or less, that'd be a travesty. It just teach your sons to be full of it. Five. with that bullshit story. He's supposed to get 3 years just for that apology. He like, look, Jasper talking about it's only because he's black. Whatever. Y'all crazy. You only saying that, Jasper, because it wasn't your daughter. That's all. Every one of y'all that's saying soft, just because it's not your mama and your daughter. Y'all phony. If it was your daughter, you'll want 18 years. If it was your daughter. If it was your daughter, you'll want 10, 15 years if that was your daughter, if that was your mother, if that was your sister. But because it's somebody else's child, you don't care. That ain't even count what he did to Kid Cudi car. That ain't counting. He had the little white boy running the drugs for him. He ain't even getting charged for everything. The man's supposed to get a RICO. If you did any of that, you would get a life sentence. If you was hanging women over the baluster, beating women and all that, like that, threatening their mama and all that, man, you would get racketeering and all that. And his boy that was working with him was supposed to be locked up too. His security guy, he's supposed to be locked up. Wasn't name D something? He's supposed to be locked up. If it was you, that dude that was the security that was riding around with you, he would have been locked up. All of them would have been locked up. What's dude's name that was security? He would be locked up. The one that used to work that was with Biggie. I wouldn't listen to you, King, because one thing about it is people that'll give him a break, there's probably people that'll do that. So, King, you know what I'm saying? I wouldn't trust you around my daughter. No, not Roger. Maybe I don't know. Not Gene, the other dude. I think he was called D something. Anybody that think you don't supposed to get nothing, I wouldn't trust you around my daughters. Straight up. I wouldn't trust you around my daughters. If you thought that he didn't do nothing, D-Rock. D-Rock would be locked up. If that was you and you had a boy like D-Rock in there, all y'all would get a RICO. D-Rock would have got a RICO. You would get a RICO. The little white boy that played basketball that was going to get the drugs would get a RICO. At least 5 of y'all would get a RICO. If it was a regular person didn't have that kind of money, at least 5 of y'all would get a RICO for sure. For sure, you'd get a RICO. You wouldn't get out no less than 20 years. You wouldn't get out if he Diddy, so he might only get 10, but anybody else would get double that at least. You might even get the 20 piece to life. If it was doing that, you'll get a RICO. D-Rock's supposed to be locked up. You would have got convicted for all that, King. You would have got convicted. You would have got convicted for the RICO. No, D-Rock. You would have got convicted. You would have got convicted. And then if it was your mama, King, yeah, King, if that was your mama he beat like that, if your mama was Cassie or your daughter, you wouldn't be over here talking that. You only talking that because it's not no family member of yours, ain't no woman in your family. If it was somebody in your family, you'd be ready to lay somebody down over that. If that was your sister, your daughter, your mama, your wife, you be ready to lay somebody down. But now because it ain't your family, now you saying he's supposed to get a break. Yeah, king. If that was your mama and your daughter or something, you wouldn't be talking that. You talking that because you don't care nothing about nobody else's family. And you can't trust no man that's taking that light. That's another thing. If it's a man ain't taking that light, like if you was one of my guys, you was taking that light, I would never mess with you. I don't know what you're saying. All I know is that he's supposed to, he can get up to 20 for this. He can still get up to 20 and 11. So for somebody to say anything less than 20, which he could get 20, then that's phony to me because he could get 20. He can get 20, for sure 11. So anybody talking about he's only supposed to get 3 or 4 for that type, boy, you will get the whole 11 or the whole 20. Let me tell you something. If it was y'all, you'd get the whole 11 or the whole 20. But celebrity like that with money, with big attorneys get a break. But if it was you, you'd get the whole 11. You'd get 11, you'd get 11 to 15 easily. If it was you, you wouldn't get no less than 10. That's a fact. If they don't catch you for the RICO, you'll do 10 and up. If it was a regular brother and stuff out here and you did all that, and you was beating them women like that and all that, and threatening them women and running around firebombing cars and all that, you would get 10 to, you might get 20 P's. If that was us, if that was me, I'd get 10 to 20 for sure. I'd get 10 to 20. So it's the idea that, oh, he getting too much, he should get 5 and all that. I ain't trying to hear that. If it was my sister, if it was my relative, man, I can't even say what happened if that was my family member. I don't know about the rest of you brothers. If it was my sister or my daughter, I got 3 daughters. Boy, listen. I can't feel nothing. Anybody trying to go soft, I don't feel you. Because all I know, I got 3 daughters. If it's my daughter, I want 20 years for my daughter. If he did that to my daughter, I don't know. So I don't understand when dudes be coming over here talking about, oh man, it only, man, 5 years. Man, if it was your daughter, you would not want no 5 years. If it was your daughter, all that's phony. One thing about the black community, they got one rule for somebody they don't know and another rule when it's them. It don't matter what I taught them. If my daughters was wrong and you tricked my daughters and did that, I'll still do you though. I still want you to get the life, okay? I still want you to get life. At what point you're going to put it on? Let me tell you something, Jasper. We kings, we put everything on the kings. A woman cannot get abused if the king don't abuse her, period. So they're not even supposed to be able to be abused because it ain't supposed to be no abusers. So if you're the king, if you're the leader, if you're the fathers, you're the grandfathers, it's always your fault. It ain't supposed to be no man to abuse your daughter. If you're standing on man time and you're standing on nation business. Now, if you ain't standing on nation business, then yeah. But if you're standing on nation business, all leadership go on the men. If you ain't standing on that, I got no respect for you. All leadership stand on the men. It ain't even supposed to be no men trying to trick our women into nothing like that. You're supposed to be lifting the women up. You ain't supposed to be looking for no woman to run no game on just cause whatever, man. I can't with y'all. You supposed to lift the queens up. You can always find somebody. You're supposed to lift her brother up. So you telling me, let's take a man. So if I get out here, I find a man that's weak, I'm supposed to run over the brother? Or am I supposed to lift the brother up? Lord, you don't have to talk about women. Let's talk about another man. If I go out here and find another man that's kind of weak-minded, what should I do? Run over him or lift him up? And if I run over him, you're going to say it's him and it's not me? And he was weak and I prayed on him? Whatever. I ain't trying to hear that. I ain't trying to hear that. He probably just give him 7. But if he cut him a break, that's crazy. He lucky. But sometimes money, see, one thing I don't like about the court system, they treat the ones, sometimes when you got money, you got the good lawyer, they treat you different. And you ain't got no money, they throw you away. And they do you dirt, they throw you away. He said over 11 years is not reasonable. He ain't getting 14 months. He gonna cut him a break. He gonna give him like 4 years. Watch, cause he got money. Watch. If it was you, I bet you get 9, at least, maybe 7. You wouldn't get no less than 7. You'll get 7 to 11 for sure. Watch. That's why this system ain't no good. The system is shot. It's money. It's money. Watch. It's money. 50 months. Four and a half years. And he only gonna do 2. He only gonna do 2. He ain't gonna do number 2 years. Barely. He go 18 months. 18 months and he no, because it's fair time. It's fair time, so he might got to do it all. See? That's bull. See? I told y'all. That's bull. You wouldn't get that. That ain't gonna be time served in the Fed joint. Matt. That's because he got money. They gave him 20 months less than they recommended. See, money, man. Money. Money. Yup, 2.5 years, he'd be out. He'd be out in 2.5 years. If it was you, though, you'd be gone. You'd be gone. Bye bye. And everybody that cheer for that better have some money. There you have it. I told y'all the system is trash. You understand? They don't care nothing about the poor people. Now it ain't like I want to see him do more. I'm not really mad that he didn't get a lot of time. I don't like the fact that regular people, right? Regular people, you would get slammed. Regular people, you would get slammed. I think it would have been. I think really like 6 or 7 years would have been more fair. 11 probably would be too much, but 6 or 7, right? At least make sure he got to do 4. You know what I'm saying? For that type of stuff. But to put him in a situation where he can go in, he can get some good time, la la la, and before you blink, he'd be back out. You know what I'm saying? It's all to me. It's all based on what everybody else would get. That's it. If everybody else could get out in 2 years, then 2 years. If everybody else get out in 4 years, then 4 years. But if he get out in 2 years, feds is 85% of the time. So 4 years. So he gonna do like 3, right? 3 something. If everybody else would get that time, I'm with it. I don't believe everybody else would get that time. That's my problem. Because I don't want to see him get something that everybody else won't get. You ain't got to be moving at that level, Shakur. You could do less and you're gonna get that same amount of time. Yeah, you do less and you're gonna get that same amount of time. That's a fact. That's an absolute fact. Y'all been in trouble out here, you can do less and get 5 years for less. You could do less and get 5 or 6 years. You better ask somebody. Ask somebody. Ask somebody. You could do less and get 5 years. All that stuff he did, you could do less. You get 5 easy. Ask somebody. Y'all been to court. Y'all been in the justice system. You could get less, but nevertheless, he still got to go to prison. But that's why I don't like. I don't care what he get. Just give everybody the same thing. That's my only problem. Give everybody the same thing. Treat everybody the same. You do that, I don't got no beef. Anybody else, if you watch that trial, it ain't no way you get no 4 years. With the kid Cuddy, with the car, they would have first you would have got the whole Rico. She ain't give him the Rico, you would have got the whole Rico. He ain't gonna do 2 because he got to do 85%, right? So what's 85% of 4 years? Somebody do the math. 4 years is 48 months. I don't know how to calculate that. Let me see. 48. I don't know. I don't know how to do. I don't know how to do the percentage of uh percent. No, listen. Wait a minute. I don't know what 48% of it is. Okay. Um, half of it is 24. 24 is half. 80%. Damn, I don't know how to do that math. That's a damn shame. How do I find a percentage? Do I divide it? $48 divided by 80%? I don't think so. I don't know how to do that. That's a damn shame. Where's my percent? Let me see. No, that ain't right. Wait a minute. Maybe it's the other way. How the hell do you do that? That's a shame. I don't know how to do that. Let me see. 80%. I don't know how to do that. Somebody put it in there. 2.3 years. 3 years and 2 months. Yeah, 3 years and 2 months is right. 3 years and 2 months is a long time to be locked up. But this is what I'm saying. He not gonna do no 85% because of his money. Watch. Watch. He not gonna listen. He not gonna do. He not gonna do none of that because of his money. Watch. When you blink, he gonna be out. Watch. Watch. With his money, he not gonna do none of that. They're gonna find a loophole here, a special program there, a special program there. You look up, 18 months or so, he gonna be back out. Cause it's not fair. The justice system ain't fair. The justice system is some bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Give everybody the same amount of time. You understand? Give everybody the same amount of time. That's all. Give everybody, make sure everybody get the same thing. Everybody can't afford them attorneys he had. You ain't got them attorneys, you getting the RICO, you getting the whole 9 yards. But it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? That's him, he's still suffering, but I really don't want him to get more time. I don't really want him to get more time. I want everybody to get the same treatment. That's my whole thing. Let's be clear on that. I don't want him to get more time, but I want everybody else to get the same treatment he got. That means if everybody else going to get more time, then he should get more time. Whatever the time you want to give for that, then that's what it is. But make sure everybody, yeah, his money made the difference. Y'all know that. Y'all know that. I mean, anybody in the streets know that. You know what I'm saying? Money talks. You know, anybody in the streets know. know that. You know what I'm saying? Anybody in the streets know, how it go, man. It's just messed up. You know what I'm saying? It's messed up all the way around because they don't give everybody the same. They don't give everybody the same opportunity. They don't give everybody the same opportunity. You know what I'm saying? That's the only thing, man. Give everybody the same thing. Give everybody the same thing. That's all. Whatever it is. Whatever it is, just give everybody the same thing. That's all. And then it's good. There ain't too much to ask. It'll be all over the place. He gave Cassie 30 million. I'm just saying, all I'm saying, Jasper, if you gave Cassie, you wouldn't have 30 million. But when it comes to these court cases, and I don't know if y'all know a lot of people locked up, but man, they be doing people bogus. And when these brothers go in there and they ain't got no lawyer and they got a public defender, they be getting 10 years for this same thing, 12 years for the same thing. And they go in there, you go to court, like this will happen. You go to court, right? I go to court. They bring me out the back. They tell me what I'm charged with. You know what the first they ask you? Who you got representing you? Straight in the door. When you say, if I go to court, I'm gonna give y'all some game. I go to court. They say, who you got representing you? I say, George Pappas. That was my lawyer. If it's a good lawyer, right, when you say George Pappas, you know what they say? Oh, George. So let me explain something to you. You see how, like, you go to court and you walk in here. Then it's the swinging things here. Then it's where the judge sits. Then it's the secretary, right? All right, then. So now, the big attorneys, they always walking through them swinging things to the secretary. They be in the back with the judge. They go to the golf tournaments with the judges. They go to the political conventions and stuff with the judges, so they know them. So when I go to court, I got a big time attorney. They say, who represented you? When I say George Pappas, they say, oh, George. Y'all listen to Peep Gang. All right, so now listen. Now, George Pappas is a big time attorney. He makes a lot of money because he wins cases, right? So once my attorney is George, I'm not in trial no more. Now it's a matter of, right? They don't want George to lose. Some of y'all be quiet. Don't type listen. So once they find out my attorney is George Pappas, that takes me out of the trial. Now it's a matter of, do they want George to lose? Because if George keep losing, George can't get no more cases. The only way George can get cases, the word got to be out. Yeah, hire George. He good. So once I got George as my lawyer, now I'm out the picture. They not looking at it like I'm trying to beat the case. They looking at it as George trying to win the case. They looking at me like, okay, all right, let's say you out selling in the streets. You go in front of the judge. You got caught with some drugs. They say, who your attorney? You say, I don't have one. They say, okay, so you trying to tell me you out on our streets making money and you ain't got no money to put back into the justice system? Oh, okay, you think we playing with you. They give you a PD. PD called penitentiary deliverer. The public defender is called a penitentiary deliverer. you're going to get slammed through the floor. But if you got an attorney, now they know the attorney. If you got a real good attorney, they're going to give you a brand new prosecutor that can afford to lose. So they're going to let your attorney win. They're going to give you a prosecutor that can afford to lose. If you ain't got no good attorney, they're going to give you a good prosecutor so they can stack their record, stack their winning record, and you finna take the L. They very seldom will stack a really good prosecutor against a really, really good attorney. Guarantee you, with Diddy's lawyer, they did not stick the best prosecutor up there. He didn't face their best prosecutor because he got Steele and all these top attorneys. They gave him a more mediocre prosecutor. Steele let the prosecutor win, but let Steele and them still look good too. Because it's like, well, he was looking at a RICO, he was looking at a life sentence. At 50 years old, you're supposed to do life. So if he can come out in 2.5 years stealing them, it's still a win. This is how the game go. You ain't got no money, they throw you through the floor, and ain't nobody fighting for that. So I ain't need me arguing with people because nobody don't know what I'm talking about. You looking at something. You ain't looking at what I'm looking at. I'm looking at the poor person that go out here, catch a case less than that. Ain't firebomb no car. Ain't had no gun threats on nobody. Ain't beat nobody. Ain't hung nobody over no bouncer. Ain't did half of what he did. And you gonna do 6. In it though. You're not coming out in 2. You're not coming out in 2. He got money, he coming out in 2. You ain't coming out in 2 for that. You ain't coming out in 2 for that. Matter of fact, you gonna get that RICO they didn't give him. You see they didn't give him that RICO? They ain't give him that RICO. So that's the phony thing about the game. You know what I'm saying? That's the phony thing about the game. The game is fixed, it's rigged. The people that got money get slaps on the wrist. And guess where they gonna send them? They ain't gonna send them where they gonna send you. They gonna send them somewhere nice. They're not gonna send them where they'll send your son. They're gonna send your son where your son might get attacked. Your son might not even come out of there alive. Now, if he don't play the game right and he gets sassy, they'll do him like they did Tory Lanez. You see, he got poked up. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it was a RICO for sure. They didn't even charge him with everything. It was definitely a RICO. They ain't even charge him with everything. So I know you didn't see the RICO, but you don't know the law. That was pornography. You know how much it costs to shoot pornography? They didn't charge him for the dark web. They hid all the evidence they found in his house. They found his house. They found a lot of evidence in that house, but it had other rich people on there. So they buried that evidence and charged him with something where it only be him and the 2 chicks. They didn't charge. Listen, y'all really believe a freak off was just them? Y'all know damn well when you heard a freak off, you knew it was a lot of people. You see the hotel where he beat up Cassie? Why all them rooms was empty? Why nobody came out them rooms? You know why? Because everybody had went home. All them rooms was the freak off. They raided his house and got all that stuff and didn't come back to arrest him for how long? If it was you, they would have took you the day they raided them houses. You would have went to jail. They raided them houses and got all that evidence, cleaned up all the big superstars and rich people they didn't want, grabbed Diddy, locked them up and say, okay, we just gonna charge you and them. Don't mention these other people because a freak off was not them. And look how they played it off. When it came down, what they say, let him go. That ain't no freak off. It was just him, and it was just three people. Why everybody said it was just three people? Because everybody knew a freak off was a bunch of people. So they ran the game on you and showed you three people. Everybody said, that ain't no freak off. And you was right. That wasn't no freak off. Why? Because they hid the freak off. They didn't charge them for the freak off. They had rooms, they was videoing, and they was selling it on the dark web. All them rooms was full, and everybody had went home. If you believe that it was just him and one dude, and he walking around, what he was walking around, he filming, what he was doing with the footage. Where's the footage? What was he filming for? Because he wasn't even involved. He was filming them. He was telling her, do it more. He was telling the men, do it more. Do it like this. Do it like that. That's porn. You got to pay licenses to shoot porn. Porn is expensive. You can't just produce no porn. You have to pay. They protected the rich. Diddy kept his mouth shut, and they rewarded him. He kept his mouth shut. He didn't tell on everybody that was involved. But trust me, they got that footage and got rid of all that footage. Why they didn't get all the footage and show everybody leaving in and out that hotel? Why, when he beat up Casey, nobody came out their room and said, what's going on in this hallway? Because they had the whole floor, that's why. And everybody else on that floor had already went home. And they was through and they was packing up, and she tried to run out with the evidence of all them people on them films. That's why he beat her up. What she had? What did she have when she ran out the room? I did. What did she have? She had that footage of all them rich people. He wouldn't have just beat her up. Now she had some serious multi-million-dollar stuff she tried to run off with. And where she was going to go with it. And then I'm going to let this go. But I'm going to give y'all a little game. When she ran off with all that stuff, right? Where she was going with it. I'll show you where she was going with it. When she ran in the hallway, who she was going to get her stuff to. And that's all I'm going to say. And do he just look like a regular dude to you? Or he don't look like a police, like he don't look like, what he look like for real? Look at his jawline. Look at his face. What he look like to y'all? He really looked like he was just a boyfriend? What did she have? Yeah, that's her new husband. That was her trainer. You feel me? Why was Diddy so mad? What was she trying to run out that hotel with? And why nobody came out? None of them rooms. You know why? Because he had rented that whole floor. A freak off was a lot of people, not them three people. He kept his mouth shut and they rewarded him. But y'all know damn well a freak off wasn't no three people. Y'all know that. That's why he got off too, because everybody be like, this ain't no freak off. No, it wasn't a freak off. You right about that. This was the underplay for the overplay. That wasn't no freak off. Y'all know that wasn't no freak off. So what's a freak off? A freak off is all them footage that they went in his house. Why they raided his house and then grab him for what, a month or two, 6 weeks? What did they get out the house? It was all and then the son say what? Y'all ran up in the wrong house. Remember? What King Kong said? Y'all went to the wrong house. Went to the wrong house and got what? What was at the other house? Hey, people that don't know. People that don't know, don't know. So I ain't got no problem with him. If they would have let him go, I ain't got no problem. My problem is treat everybody the same way. Stop letting these rich people get a break. That's all. I don't care if he went to jail or not. It didn't. Yeah, there's a lot of people, yeah. You know. So I ain't no person. I didn't want to see him go to jail. I didn't want to see him go to jail or beat it. I didn't really care. What I don't like is everybody don't get treated the same way. That's it. So for the record, let that be on the record, man. Treat everybody the same way. Stop letting these rich people get away with stuff. Because if it was you, when they raided his house, you would have went to jail that day. The day they raided all his homes, we would have went to jail that day. They wouldn't have left us on the street and come back 6 weeks or whenever. That's a fact. They would have raided your houses. You would have went to jail that day. He was still out. The white dude they caught with all that stuff, he would have got 10 years, 20 years. With the type of drugs they was using, the white dude got caught with that stuff. You know how much time he would have did? Getting caught trying to get on the plane and transport that stuff. He would have got a 10-piece, an 8-piece easily. He ain't getting no time. The white dude that was going to get the drugs for him didn't get no time. And they caught him with the stuff. You would have got time. Oh, what's up? You see how they drug that out all day? You see how they drug it out? Made it look like the judge was going to be hardcore. Judge go in the back and come back. Oh, you know what? Y'all know, did you notice how the judge looked like he was going to be hard? And then he went in the back and came out. Okay, well, 11 years is too much. I bet it is. Yeah. All right. Victory.